Got it. You haven't had any write-ups or anything like that since you got here?
Good morning. The Pardon Board is called to order. Today is Monday, July 6, 2026. The time is 9:03 a.m. We are at DOC headquarters in Baton Rouge. Would you call the roll, please?
Renata,
Here.
Stapleton,
Here.
Prater,
Here.
Tibbetts,
Here.
Freeman.
Here.
Madam Chair, we have a forum.
All right, thank you. Our first, we will allow public comment before any action item is considered. Our first item under regular business this morning is review and approval of the minutes from our Monday, June 22nd, 2026 regular meeting. Those minutes are included in your packet. Are there any corrections? All right, hearing none, I'll entertain a motion for adoption.
Second.
We have a motion by Mrs. Stapleton, second by Mr. Freeman. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the minutes are approved. So we'll move right into our consideration of applications for clemency or pardon. And our first case this morning is Mr. Vines, and we are at the Southwest Correctional Center. Would the staff there please introduce yourself for the record?
Kelsey Benoit, I work in admin. And Mr. Vines has no write-ups. He's a good man. I work also visitation, and every weekend his family comes. He'll have good support if y'all were, to let him have the parole. His son and wife, they're very sweet people, and they're always there for him every day right at 1 o'clock. So other than that, he's a good man.
All right, well, thank you, Ms. Benoit. First, Mr. Vines, I need to read some identifying information into the record. You're here before the Pardon Board this morning. You're seeking a commutation of your sentence. You were sentenced in Ouachita Parish, December 23rd, 2014, an 18-year sentence for manslaughter conviction. Is that information correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. We have a room full of guests here, but your case this morning has been assigned to Mr. Freeman, seated to my right. I'll just turn it over to him. He'll take the lead.
Okay, first I'm gonna read out the people who are here. If I miss one of your names, let me know, and we'll get to you at the proper time to allow you to speak on Mr. Vines' behalf, and also for the victims to let us know their feelings. So on the side of Mr. Vines is Brittany Vines, his wife, Jonathan Kirkland, employer and friend, Christopher Miller, pastor, Ron, all three of those will be speaking. Here in support but not speaking is Ron Lowe, grandson-in-law, Jessica Kirkland, a friend, Janalen Allen, a friend, Terry Hamilton Vines, son-in-law, Amber Hendricks, friend, and Michelle Wade, son-in-law. Did I miss anybody? Okay, on the other side, we will have Miss Natalie Todd, the victim's ex-wife. She will be speaking. Mark Todd, victim's brother, he will be speaking. And then we have Carter Cagle, victim's nephew, Morgan Todd, victim's niece, Josie Todd, victim's niece, Parker Todd, his son, Kathy Todd, victim's mom, April Todd, sister-in-law, and Peyton Todd's son. Did I miss anybody on that side?
Wait.
Okay, what's your name, sir?
Here.
Oh, you gonna be speaking? Okay, and then y'all the two that's gonna be speaking, correct?
Three.
Three, okay, and your name, sir?
Peyton Todd.
Peyton Todd.
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's get on with the proceeding. Okay, Mr. Vines, tell me, what did you do to get yourself put into this situation? Tell me exactly what happened. I read the case, so be honest with us. And what have you done since you've been in that we should consider asking the governor to pardon?
What got me here was a series of events that spiraled way out of control because of bad decisions, impaired judgment, and irresponsible actions. that resulted in a great tragedy where I took a man's life, Mr. Corey Hunter Todd's. And that's what got me here. And you asked what I have done since I've been incarcerated? Just
Sure.
okay. Well, basically, I've done a lot of reflecting and trying each day to become a better person. I've taken self-help courses. I have came to the conclusion that while I know that I owe society on one hand 2 years and 10 months more of being incarcerated, but in reality, in my mind, I owe society the rest of my life of being a productive member in that society because of the teenage years and in my 20s, I was somewhat of a prodigal who had resources to be something, and I misused those resources with irresponsible behavior. And I feel that is the true debt that I owe to society, is to somehow counteract that with being a good man, a husband, a father, and living the rest of my years on this earth as a law-abiding citizen, not one that creates middle ground in between right and wrong, but only has one line. It's either one or the other. And where I used to create that middle ground, I see that was one of my faults, one of my many faults that I had. And basically, I've reflected I've made a goal each day to be a better person than I was the day before while incarcerated. And I have suffered greatly too. And I feel that the desired results of my incarceration have been achieved.
All right. I might have some specific questions to ask you later. But now we're going to get into the people that are here to speak on your behalf. Miss Vines, Miss Brittany Vines, y'all can go in any order y'all want, but I have you first. You want to go first?
Good morning, and thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Brittany, and I'm Sean's wife. I just want to share with you what I've seen over the last 13 and a half years. First, I want to acknowledge that nothing I say today can undo the tragedy that brought us all here. I know that I and other families suffered an unimaginable loss. Nothing I say is meant to diminish that loss or your pain. And I recognize that no decision made today can undo the past. What I can tell you is that the man that you're looking at on the screens today is not the same man he was 13 and a half years ago. After that night in 2012, we knew our life had to change. And long before Sean was incarcerated, we walked away from alcohol, bars, and the lifestyle that led to so many poor decisions. During one of the hardest seasons of our lives, God found us and started building our lives. We became members of the assembly in West Monroe, and Sean served on the church media team and started intentionally surrounding himself with faith-filled men for men's fruit, seeking to better himself in the direction of his life. Today, I'm still an active member of our church and serve on the women's ministry team. Our church family, along with our family and friends, have walked with us through every step of this journey, and they've encouraged us, supported us, and stood by us through the hardest years of our life. I know that they will continue to be that support when Sean comes home. This has not been a temporary change. This has been our life for more than 13 years. Our son was born just a couple of months before Sean was incarcerated. And even from prison, Sean has done everything that he possibly could to be the best husband and father that he could be. I've had a front row seat to his life and his growth, and I've watched him become a man of faith, humility, responsibility, and integrity. Throughout his incarceration, Sean earned the trust to serve for years as both an honor inmate and a trustee, and those are not positions that are simply given. They're earned through consistent behavior, responsibility, and trust over time. Hindsight is a powerful thing, and it teaches us lessons that we wish we had known in the moment, but it also becomes a lifelong burden, because you never stop looking back and wishing that you could change how everything unfolded. Sean will carry the weight of that night with him for the rest of his life. And that type of pain does not disappear with time, and to know Sean's heart is to know how heavy that burden of pain will always be. When Sean comes home, he will be coming home to a stable home, a loving family, a church that has been walking beside us for years, and a job waiting for him. He will be surrounded by people who love him and will continue encouraging him as he rebuilds his life at home. Today, I'm simply asked that you look not at only one tragic night, but at the last 13 and a half years that have followed. Those years don't erase what happened, but I do believe they show the man that Sean has become, and I've had the privilege of watching that transformation with my own eyes, and I respectfully ask you to consider giving him the opportunity to come home. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for coming to speak to that. Okay, now we'll have Mr. Jonathan Kirkman, employer and friend.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. For April of 2025 to around November of 2025, I had the pleasure of giving Sean Vines the opportunity to come work with me and my company. And through that short amount of time, I saw a man that showed up every day with a good attitude, positive, very good work ethic. He learned very quick. He humbled himself and allowed me to teach him everything I knew so that he could, in return, do his job to the best of his ability. Not only did I see that in him, but I saw him invest time and his knowledge in the guys that work with us as well. Anytime that we had a new guy come on staff, Sean was always there quick to teach them and to help them grow as well. I saw a man with good character, love for the Lord, and respect for the leadership that was placed in his life at that point in time. And one thing that I can promise you that he's coming home to is an opportunity to work in a company that gives back to our community, that pours into those that choose to be with us. And I will make sure that he continues to have an opportunity to work to better his family and to do good for many years to come, and to build a career that maybe he could pass down one day to his family. So thank you for your time.
Appreciate you also coming today. All right, Christopher Miller, pastor.
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Okay, what do you want to tell us today about Mr. Vine?
Yes, sir. My name is Pastor Christopher Miller, and I serve as the lead pastor at the Assembly in West Monroe, Louisiana. And I've been in the pastorate now for over 20 years. Whenever I met Sean and Brittany in 2012, I was serving as an associate pastor at the Assembly West Monroe shortly after the incident involving Sean. It wasn't long until I invited Sean and Brittany to be a part of my wife and I's young married couples connect group at our home. It was this time with Sean that gave him spiritual counsel and assisting him with his relationship with Jesus, which set Sean on a path of recovery and discovery of who he is being called to be in Christ. Having served as a prison chaplain, as a side note, I know what jailhouse religion looks like, and I've worked with men who have only turned to God in hopes of playing the religious card to soften punishment. But this man, Sean Vines, in my personal opinion, because of my personal experience, he has the real thing. Sean and Brittany got married, joined our church, was faithful to our small group, to our study, and was blessed with a baby boy. My wife and I had dinner with the Vines on numerous occasions, saw them flourish in their marriage as well as in their relationship with Christ. And I've seen them become a vital part of our church, even as Brittany made reference earlier. Even after Sean's incarceration, she continued to serve and has been faithfully involved in our church since then. During my times with Sean, whenever we would talk about what happened, all he could speak about how is he wished he could take it all back. This was a man that was truly remorseful and sorrowful for his actions and had sincerely asked the Lord to forgive him for taking another man's life. Sean has been a man who was once plagued by vice and sin, but as he made reference earlier, that his life has changed. He's now a man who loves Jesus, loves his family, loves his friends, even to the point where I've sent him my sermon notes for him to be able to be resourced in his journey of faith. To further validate this point, I made it a point several times to visit him during his incarceration, both accompanied with his family in visitation with his wife and son, as well as individual visitations myself one-on-one personally. Ms. Brittany has faithfully attended our church, as she made reference earlier, from that day until now, along with her son, and they're both actively involved in our faith community at the Assembly. Brittany is one of my wife's closest friends and is a dear friend to our family. And we have, as Brittany made reference to, walked with this precious family from the beginning of all of this terrible tragedy up until now. And it's from that place that I feel the assertion that I can make the claims and the assertions that I've made to this point. I love this family and I care about them. I care about Sean. It is from this place that I sincerely request a consideration of clemency and that he be granted his freedom. It is my opinion that he's paid his debt to society, and with this clemency, this man will be given the opportunity to build a future for himself, his wife, and his son. I'm asking you to free this man so that I can pastor this family as a whole, to walk with them, to help them to rebuild, and to be able to move forward and to be able to shepherd their souls as Christ helps me. I'm asking for mercy on behalf of Sean, but also for his son, Bo Drake, who is one of my son's best friends. This son needs his father, this wife needs her husband, and he needs his freedom to meet those needs. Sirs and madams, I ask you more directly, apart from expressing my views of Sean for just a moment. I cannot begin to understand, nor would I claim to understand, the burden that each one of you are shouldering as you sit in the seats of authority within the justice system managing clemency hearings. And I'm sure that you've heard it all to this point. With that said, you also shoulder the weight of holding the power of freedom or imprisonment within the declarations of your judgments to move forward to the governor. This weight I cannot fathom, but as a shepherd, I too bear a burden of society as well. I too understand the burden of authority because I must bear that weight to my church family as I shepherd my people and lead them in the matters of faith and the scripture and godliness. The Bible tells me to honor those who are in leadership in matters of law and order and to respect those who are in authority. The Apostle Paul tells us that in Romans 13, verses 3 and 4. It says that as servants of God, that you do not bear the sword in vain. In closing, the Apostle Paul taught that the position that you hold is an established position that God has ordained, and you are his servants to pass judgment and to make decrees concerning law and order. But sirs and madams, as a servant of God also, and as a clergyman and as an ordained minister of the assemblies of God, I am asking for mercy from my friend who is also a part of my flock. I'm asking for mercy for three reasons. I'm asking for mercy from my friend Sean, because if there's been a man who needs mercy and clemency, I believe it is he. I'm also asking for mercy for Sean because of his wife, Brittany, who has stood by him faithfully, and he and her, and for their future, it depends upon your decision. And lastly, I ask for mercy because of Sean's son, Drake, both from this parole board and the family who has also suffered loss. Ultimately, I care about everybody who is involved with this, those who have lost and those who are navigating in light of the family with the vines. In a world where you and I both work with men and women alike who were not raised in stable homes, where a father and mother were not a part of the picture, Sean and Brittany, I feel confident and I know they will raise their son in church, be faithful to God in their home and in their hearts. In conclusion, I can assure you personally that I will do all that is within my power to assist, to help, to guide, and to pastor this family and their continued path of righteousness, to maintain their connection to the local church, and to pastor them the best that I know how. I will do my absolute best to resource this wonderful family, Sean and his wife and his son, with counseling, with prayer, and with the Holy Scriptures to assist him in being the best father, husband, and man that he can be. All Sean needs is, in my opinion, a chance to prove to everyone, including all of you that are in the room, that God can turn a mess into a miracle. So therefore, I ask you to please consider clemency to be granted in regards to these matters.
Thank you also, Mr. Miller. Okay, now let's get to the other side and y'all can speak in whatever order y'all want to go to the please state your name and relation.
I'm Mark Todd, I'm Hunter's brother. Dave Hunter was killed, changed our family forever. It is impossible to fully describe the shock and devastation we went through when we learned Hunter was gone. One moment we were a complete family. The next we were living a nightmare we would never wake up. I watched my parents suffer a pain no parent should have to endure. Standing at the graveside as they buried their son, knowing that'd be the last time they see him again. The grief never ends. It follows them every day.
Every birthday, holiday, family gathering, there's an empty spot where Hunter should be. We've already endured the reality that the sentence was reduced from the original charge. Now we're being asked even less accountability through an early release. While Sean seeks a second chance, Hunter never received one. One of the greatest tragedies of Hunter's murder is not what was taken from him, but what was taken from his children. Hunter's children received a life sentence without their dad, and my parents received a life sentence without their son. If Sean serves the sentence originally imposed, he still gets a chance to reunite with his family. Hunter was denied all opportunities with his son. For this reason, I ask the board to deny Sean Vine's request. Thank you. And,
I have things written, but I'm just gonna go wing it. I'm Natalie Todd. I'm the ex-wife of the lady from the Todd. Married to him for 9.5 years, and we had 2 beautiful children together that now are young adults. Hunter was a great application to society, and where Mr. Vines gets to continue on and make an application later, ours is Rob. Hunter was very involved in the community, who not only affected our family, but also affected a lot of little boys. He was a coach for both my boys. He mentored children that lacked healthy home lives, and he was just a good example. He had integrity. He was kind. He was generous. He got up every single day and he worked to provide for his family, and not just for us, but for the little boys who could not afford sports fees, uniforms, you name it. So, he loved our son, Peyton Parker, more than anything. More than anything. Since Hunter's death, our boys have reached milestones that every father dreams of witnessing. Hunter was robbed of attending donuts with Dad. Watching them publicly give their lives to the Lord through baptism, and they love the Lord. They love the Lord. Celebrating their signing days to play sports that they love to the colleges. Both of them went on to graduate, play college football. They were students of the year, both of them. They achieved many recognitions throughout their years in high school and on into college. The moments that should have been shared between a father and his sons, instead they were bittersweet reminders of the empty seat that Hunter should have been there. Every birthday, every graduation, every achievement, every celebration has been marked by the painful absence of the man who should have been standing there beside them and beside me. I also ask you to consider Mr. Vine's history and the choices that he made before and after this crime. His criminal record reflects repeated disregard to the law, and his actions surrounding the case demonstrated a continued pattern of putting his own interests first. While he is asking for mercy today, our family has left with the permanent consequences of his decisions for more than a decade. Sean chose to rob my children from their father, Hunter's family from their son, their uncle, their cousin. He also chose to rob his own child from all of the listings and achievements I just listed. But he does get to go on and watch him become a young man. He gets to go to their wedding, his wedding. He gets to see his grandchildren one day. he gets to pick that light back up in just a few short years. My sons and I believe in forgiveness. We do not harbor hatred. However, forgiveness does not erase accountability. When they would get in trouble, and they did, not bad trouble, but there was a punishment and it had to be served. That's how you learn. We believe actions have consequences, and the decision to take a good man's life should carry the consequences of serving the full sentence imposed by the court. We've also never received an apology or an acknowledgement of the pain that has been inflicted on Hunter's family, the parents, his brother, his friends, and most importantly, his children. As you consider the request for clemency, I ask that you remember not only the person seeking release, but also the man whose life was outshorted in the family. That continues to live with a lot. We continue to live with the loss every day until we all take our last breath. Please consider Hunter's legacy of service, because he has a long one in the short years that he lived on this earth. Please consider Hunter's legacy, compassion, hard work, faith, and fatherhood. I beg you. Thank you.
Morning, board. My name is Peyton Todd. I'm the oldest of 2 sons. My dad was murdered when we were 6 and 10 years old. We were too young to fully understand the weight of Mr. Sean's decision on our lives. We were too young to speak in court, so it's a privilege to be here today to speak on behalf of my. The coolest thing about parenthood to me is that you get to make a choice. Whether you're going to be your kid's first superhero or their first villain. And that was never a choice for my dad. I used to think my dad could throw the football a mile and outrun a car until he pulled his hamstring racing me after practice. And to my little league teammates, he was Coach Hunter, the first to arrive and the last one to leave. We'd wait around until after dark if a parent was late to pick someone up. Oftentimes we drove across town to drop them off, blasting Queens, we are the champions. And that was the superpower of his that I've matured to adore the most. That was his heart. The way he nurtured, protected, and made sure those around him felt loved is the superpower that I aspire to. He has always been my hero. Until recently, the last memory I had of my dad was him telling us that he loved us in the Cracker Barrel parking lot. The thought that he was likely pleading for his life when he was shot, pistol whipped on the back of the head, is a comic book ending that you try to keep from telling a 10-year-old to preserve the image of his dad. The soul of my family was ripped away. I watched my brother suffer from separation anxiety for years, and I became very good at suppressing my emotions. And I often criticize myself for finding it hard to empathize with those closest to me over everyday hardships, because nothing will ever compare. I've had plenty of experiences worth being anxious about, such as playing football in Tiger Stadium, just as my dad dreamed for me. I can confidently say that I've never had more sleepless nights as I've had preparing for the day. One thing that college athletics taught me is that actions have consequences. A lesson that we're not convinced that Mr. Vines will learn if he's released today. Not one coach in the country would continue to bail me out of punishment if I showed up late to 10+ practices. The last thing I'd like the board to consider is Mr. Vines was able to get his sentencing pushed in order to spend time with his newborn child. And whether he gets out today or a few years from now, he'll have the rest of his life to fix that relationship. My brother and I would give anything to spend that time with our dad, but that option was selfishly decided for us, And for that, we'll continue to be punished the rest of our lives. Thank you. That would be proud. Thank you, sir.
Okay, let's get into the, city payment. You said you took some classes. What kind of classes did you take?
Prepare yourself for release.
I completed AA general membership, the 12 step program, which is another step of that. Celebrate recovery, anger management, victims awareness, parenting, thinking for a change, living in balance. I completed a 9-month Bible study course. And
What favorite class? Tell me, what was your favorite class that you got the most out of?
victims awareness,
Okay, and what did you learn from victim awareness?
just about what everybody's been talking about, the pain that and the domino effect that it has not only on the person that I hurt, but their loved ones, my loved ones, the community, every aspect of society actually was impacted because of my actions.
All right, and okay, go ahead if you have some more to say.
Well, I was just gonna say that the direct impact victims and I guess the non-direct ones as well, I guess, I don't, for lack of better words, just, that was what I took the most out of that class to heart. And I agree with what's been said by everyone there today who opposes me. And also, the reason that I've never apologized is because it was deemed, I was advised by a professional in Department of Corrections that it would not be appropriate to attempt to apologize at that time.
And I'd just like to state that you're not allowed to contact the victim's family.
Right. Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, well, tell me this, you know, this was an ongoing dispute, it seems like, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it finally came to a head. Is that what happened that night? I see y'all were dancing and the next one thing led to another. So you told him to come to your house? I saw, was he texting wanting you to go somewhere else?
Yes, sir, I did. Yes, he was, and yes, I did.
Okay. Did you have your gun already ready, or did you have to go get it when he got there, or what?
Well, I at that time I rode with a firearm in my truck. It wasn't for any purpose of self-defense or anything like that. It's just something I did. I've always done.
Okay, and let me ask this, was the victim alone, Mr. Todd? Was he alone or did he have someone with him?
He had 2 people with him.
Okay. Did they get involved at all in the fight?
No, sir.
And who was with you besides your wife? Just you, or you had some other people at your house?
I had it was me and my wife and 2 friends of mine.
Okay. Okay. And the sentence was a result of a plea bargain, correct?
Yes, sir.
How many years have you served?
11 years, 11 and a half roughly.
Okay. All right. What is your job at prison? What do you do? Or what you do?
Right now I work at the West Cal at Rodeo Arena and Event Center. I'm on work release.
Okay. Yeah, you sending money home? You saving money?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I have no further questions. My colleagues have any questions?
Got one, and you're gonna clear it up for me. I have on here that you have a remaining time of approximately 7 years, but when you were talking, did you say that you had 2 years and 10 months left?
Demolition date, he gets out 4/29.
Right,
I should
okay.
ask what he was actually.
Yeah, so I figured that was good time. So actually, your release date would be in 2 years and 10 months, correct? Because of good time?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I did want to ask that. And then, yes, the families, they don't tend to know this, but I know that going to court with victims, yeah, I would always tell them that the defendant, they're advised not to say they're sorry and stuff like that. And then further down the road, this kind of thing happens. And I don't know if you've written an accountability letter. That's something that the victim, if they want to check into, they can and read your words. And then, of course, we had the victim offender dialogue, which those are two good things for the victim and the offender, should they both want it. I did want to mention that. And because there was a lot of talk here today about forgiveness and trying to understand different things. But yeah, I understand too, there's a reason that you weren't able to reach out to them because that's against the law. So you've done your best there, and you've done great with your programs and the victims. Their loss is so real and that's ongoing, but your family also. So yeah, there's broken hearts all over this room today. Thank you very much, sir.
Mr. Vines, you mentioned you work at the rodeo arena place. What do you do?
General maintenance, I operate equipment. We take care of the dirt there. We do everything. They have an indoor event center. We set up, for different events, weddings, concerts and things of that nature. And we do a little bit of everything.
Okay. And what kind of community service do you do within the prison environment? Do you do any?
Ma'am?
What kind of community service do you do within your prison environment?
Every opportunity I have to give good advice, I take that opportunity and do so. And basically, I try to be a voice of reason in anybody who's willing to hear. And that's really it at the moment.
Okay, and let me just mention that generally when we have a clemency review for someone who's incarcerated, we will generally consider giving them parole eligibility. However, your good time date actually precedes your parole eligibility date. So
Yes,
what
ma'am.
is it that you're hoping to accomplish today?
I just like the pastor said, he was asking for mercy. I'm not asking for you to believe that I deserve to get out early, because I don't. Honestly, the wages of sin is death. So I really only have life by grace through faith in Christ. And I'm not really asking you to do anything, but if you would give me mercy, then I would welcome it. That's basically really all I can ask for or hope for. And if not, then I will understand.
All right, well, I don't see any other questions. I do believe we're prepared to vote, Mr. Freeman.
Okay, all right, Mr. Bonds, this is a very tough case. You've done very, very, very well in prison. You've done well with your family. I mean, I'm looking at that. You have tremendous support. But then on the other side, you took a plea bargain. You got 18 years for your sentence, which is not a big sentence. It's one of the smaller we see. You've only done 12 of that, so you've done 75%. So today, due to the victim opposition and the sentence was a plea bargain and the law enforcement opposition, my vote today is to deny.
Mr. Tillis,
I concur with Mr. Freeman.
Ms. Stapleton,
I concur with Mr. Freeman.
and Mr. Prater.
I concur with him, but I also want to say I'm very impressed with the interview. I'm very sorry for this, the way it all happened, but continue to keep your faith and do good, and I know you will.
Thank you.
Mr. Vines, I do, it's a difficult balancing today in your case because we have a lot of pain in this room on both sides. You said you suffered greatly, but I think everybody that we see here today has suffered greatly and continues to suffer. Based on the opposition in the record that's been expressed, the negotiated sentence that you agreed to and they agreed to, and the proximity of your good time mandatory release date. My vote today also is to deny. But I do agree with Mr. Prater's suggestion. Keep doing what you're doing. Keep your faith. I think you're doing well and you will be successful when you do get out. Good luck to you, sir. right, good morning. The pardon board is now at the State Police Barracks. Captain, would you introduce yourself for the record, sir?
Good morning, Captain Patrick Washington, State Police Barracks.
All right. Thank you. It is 9:55 a.m. Today is July 6, 2026, and we have before us Mr. Trenton Johnson.
Yes,
Good
ma'am.
morning, sir. Would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and your DOC number, please.
My name is Trenton Johnson, DOC number 632365.
Thank you, sir. And you have counsel here on Zoom this morning. Sir, would you introduce yourself for the record?
Yes, my name is Ravi Shaw, bar roll number 34842.
Thank you, sir. And let me just read some identifying information into the record. Mr. Johnson, I'll ask you to verify if it's correct or not. So you're here seeking a commutation of your sentence. You were convicted of manslaughter. The offense occurred September 7th, 2013. You were sentenced December 19th, 2014. You are serving a 25-year sentence. Is that information correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Your case this morning, Mr. Johnson, has been assigned to Mr. Tillis. So I'll turn it over to him. He'll introduce the folks who have joined us and take the lead on the interview.
Good morning, Mr. Johnson. How are you?
I'm a little nervous, sir.
Be nervous. Everything's going to be okay.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Tell us what got you where you are and why you feel that we should vote to reduce your sentence.
Yes, sir. Well, I'm here today because of a crime I committed. On the day of my crime, I was calling Keyshawn Griffin looking to purchase some marijuana. And at the time, he said he did not have any, but if I would give a ride to some guys to rob someone or some marijuana, I would be given some. At the time, I foolishly agreed, and I went and met with him and two others. The two others hopped into my truck in the back seat, and we went to meet my victim, Lee, to rob him out of marijuana. When we arrived at the destination where we were to meet, Lee had jumped into the passenger seat of my truck while Felix and Bobby were in the back seat. Bobby then attempted to grab Lee, and as they struggled, I seen a gun come up between the seats and shoot my victim. It was the most terrifying thing that I've ever been a part of. I instantly went into shock from the deafening sound of the gun. And just fear overtook me, sir. I was given directions from that point on, sir. And in the end, later that afternoon, was picked up by the police and brought in for questioning. At first, being so terrified of the people I was involved with, who I barely knew, led me to lie and not tell the truth immediately. In the end, I did tell the truth, sir. And admitted to being a part of this robbery and a part of the death of my victim. I did everything I could to help the police with finding the people responsible because I felt so bad, so sorry for what I've been a part of. And I wish every day that I could have been smarter, not as ignorant to life in such a way that I would agree to be a part of a robbery. even though I'm not the one who might have pulled the trigger, me agreeing to give these people a ride to rob someone led to the loss of a life. And for that, I will forever be sorry. Since that time, I have been doing everything I can to better myself. I was 19 years old when my crime was committed. I was young, ignorant of life. I had no purpose at the time. I didn't know who I was, who I wanted to be. Since then, since my incarceration, I have been doing everything I can to become a better man that doesn't take life for granted, but somebody who wants to make life better, not just for myself, but for the people who are around me. I've gone through classes such as AANA, learning that my addiction is what led to this problem, knowing that I have a problem. I've taken critical thinking classes that help me to make better decisions, not just react to them temptations of drugs and everything, but to think through my actions before actually making them. I've gone through vocational classes. I've taken a VOTEC course in building technologies, and I have been doing HVAC work, maintenance work for the past 8 years, and have actually set myself down a career path for my future. I know that the man I was back then is not the man that I am today. I have grown. I am not an immature kid looking to provide for his addictions, but to provide for a family, my life. I don't take this lightly though, because I know that a life was lost, and for that, I will be forever sorry. I just hope that I can be better for the rest of my life. Thank y'all.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Captain Washington, how are you this morning?
I'm doing well, sir. How are you doing today?
Good. Could you tell us what kind of man this young man has been since he's been with you?
I'll start off by saying that TJ is one of the youngest offenders we've ever had here. He was 27 when he came, which speaks volumes for him in the interview process, because as you all know, it's kind of challenging. Secondly, he was working at headquarters in general maintenance for about 6 months before we brought him here. And the opportunity to work on the compound is kind of a cherished thing for most guys, because number one, you don't have to ride the bus to headquarters. And number two, it's usually a better job opportunity. And since he's been here, he is our lead HVAC person on the compound. And when he's not doing his regular job or after hours works, because our compound is kind of old and stuff breaks a lot around here, he is working to help people learn basics of electricity. Sorry, I couldn't get the words out. He's mentoring people who want to learn about the trade. We don't have trade school here, as you know, but he's taking the time to help some of the people who want to learn and possibly get them the opportunity to go find a job at headquarters where they can learn a little bit more and advance their skills. We've had no problems with TJ since he's been here, and he's one of our rock solid go-tos when we need some kind of maintenance or anything worked on around the compound.
Thank you. How long has it been with you?
A little bit over 3 years.
3 years. Was he incarcerated before then? Where were you?
Rayburn.
Raven? Okay. All right, thank you. Thank you so much, Captain.
Thank y'all.
We have some other people who want to speak. Well, I think it's project. Nancy Blake.
Good morning to this honorable board. Channing Blake with Louisiana Parole Project, appearing on behalf of Trenton Johnson. Because of the programming and the classes he's taken, he's been a part of faith-based courses, his disciplinary record, his certifications in HVAC maintenance and EPA and building tech, and his trustee status. We've accepted him into our program. Should the board give him a favorable recommendation today, we're going to give him reentry services that include transitional housing, employment assistance, social norms, and consumer skills, and more. He will be assigned to a reentry specialist as a mentor to guide him through his reentry process. So based upon his record and his rehabilitation, we ask that you grant him a favorable recommendation today. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Blake. Can we hear from his attorney now, please?
Yes, so first and foremost, I want to thank the board for accepting Mr. Johnson's application for clemency. And further, I wanted to provide this opportunity to let the board know that I was trial counsel for Mr. Johnson. I think importantly, this board should know that Mr. Johnson testified against both his co-defendants who went to trial, Felix Adam and Bobby Isidore. He testified on behalf of the state of Louisiana, and he was the one who provided the narrative of events that led to the conviction of those two people. And I would argue that he was probably the star witness for the prosecution in those cases. He would have also testified against the fourth perpetrator in the crime, Keyshawn Griffin. However, the issue with his knowledge of what the plan was prior to him being involved, when it was initially formed, was done before Mr. Johnson was contacted. So his testimony against Mr. Griffin would have been of limited value. However, the two primary perpetrators of the crime, the person who pulled the trigger, as well as the person who was holding the victim, preventing him from being able to either flee or fight back. Both of those people were convicted of second-degree murder and are serving life without parole. I can tell you that Trenton, of almost everyone I can think of who I've represented, who was guilty of the crime that they were accused of, he was the one person who I felt that if he would have made it a few more years, would have had a wonderful, productive life as a good member of society. It was unfortunate for him that this crime occurred at the time that it did. And I think if he had just a little bit more maturity under his belt, he would have successfully been smart enough to not have joined this group in their scheme, which inadvertently went the way that it did. I think it bears note to mention that Mr. Johnson was not aware that Felix Adams had a firearm until they were already en route to do the robbery. That is when Felix first produced the firearm. And obviously, if the firearm's not there, then, nobody loses a life that day.
Okay, thank you so much for your comment.
Excuse me, Mr. Tillis.
Yes, sir.
Hey, it's Captain Washington again. TJ's mother was trying to do the Zoom to speak on his behalf. I don't know if y'all had her listed as somebody to speak.
Is she? No, we don't have.
Did she check in?
She never did check in.
She checked in. You may see my name on there. She's using my computer. She's not tech savvy and she's a little bit up in age, so we agreed to try to help her here. Would it be possible for her to come in and speak?
Yeah, she'd come in there and speak. That's what I was saying. She was there.
Thank y'all. Jack.
Good morning. Johnson, would you like to tell us what you want to say about your son, please?
Yes, well, basically, I'm his mother. I'm 71 years old. You've already heard pretty much the details of what happened. No one can take away the suffering that the victim's family has endured. My husband died around 2 years ago while Trent was incarcerated. And the last couple of years, I've really been struggling with help around the house. I've relied on a lot of his friends that have been childhood friends since grade school. This memory will always stay with him. It's not something he'll ever forget. Neither my husband or I are very happy about what happened, but we are very proud of him for the way he's conducted himself in prison and all the things he's done and accomplishments he's made. He's earned college credit at Rayburn, and he earned a degree in the construction area and worked with HVAC, and he's repairing appliances now on site. He did donate a couple of them back to the American Legion in our town of Slidell. So we have a lot of support with the Legion, and he's got a job working with some Navy friends of mine. My supply officer, who was with me when I was served in the Navy, and his father retired from the Marine Corps after 20 years. So we do have a lot of help there and support. The people who giving him a job, they own a restaurant now. They also have several rental properties, and they could use his services and his knowledge in what he's learned behind prison bars. So he's got opportunities and he's got the support, and he will be, if he comes home, he will be living with me to help me with different things that I've been struggling with.
Thank you. Can I get you to state your name and address for the record, please?
My name is Jacqueline Johnson.
Not your address, just your name. That's good.
Not my address. Okay.
No address, that's okay, that's good. Okay, thank you so much for your comment.
Thank you.
Now we will hear from the victims. Mr. Wilson, Butch Wilson.
Mr. Wilson, Butch Wilson, Butch Wilson.
Mr. Wilson?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me? I was having some trouble with the mute.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir. I'll be brief. I'm appearing on behalf of the District Attorney's Office. And Mr. Shaw is correct. His client in this case did testify for the state at trial, which is when we believe that he's already received his reward in this case. I have to take issue with a few things that have been said today. It's important to remember that the victim in this case, and I think we're going to hear from some of the family members in a minute, you know, this was a murder over, I think, 4 ounces of marijuana, a few $100s worth of marijuana. And Mr. Johnson said a minute ago, I wrote it down, he said that after the shooting occurred that he didn't think was going to happen because he didn't know that the other offender had a weapon on him, which, by the way, begs the question of this whole notion that this was a robbery, because as we all know, most robberies are confected with some sort of weapon. you would think you would know that at least one of the 3 or 4 people involved in this was armed. Be that as it may, after this happened, and I know he was 19 years old, he was still an adult under the law. He didn't go to the police. Uh, he made a statement a second ago. I wrote it down. He said he was given directions. But the truth of the matter is that he was giving directions to burn the vehicle that had been used in this case, and he had the wherewithal to remove the license plate from that vehicle. This is thinking in a conspiratorial manner after a horrible crime has been committed. He was taking acts in furtherance of covering this up. This was an awful, violent level of criminal conduct. This man was still alive when he was thrown in that ditch. The coroner's report stated that he aspirated mud into his lungs. I mean, just think about that. That's just a god-awful way of dying. I guess the bottom line is that as far as we are concerned at the district attorney's office, 12 years just isn't enough time for this level of criminal conduct and the pain and suffering that the victim went through in this case. It was god awful. That's all I have. I thank you for your time and attention today.
Thank you for your comment. Can we hear from Ms. Powell? No, I'm sorry.
What are we doing?
I'm sorry.
I can't.
Yeah, I'm hearing some type of echo.
Our leniency gave Trent Johnson 27 years. He needs to serve those 27 years for his role in action after the fact. I am serving a life sentence because of his actions. His actions, the fact that he did not drive 2 minutes to the hospital, he did not drive 5 minutes to the police department. Instead, he drove and helped dump my son's body in a ditch, which I just found out today that he was still alive. I've been convinced all these years that he wasn't. So I wonder how to deal with because I had no idea that he was alive in that ditch and that they really threw him in there like that. From what I understand, he tried to have his mother call the police and lie and have them say that his truck was stolen. To which I say to her, she should have called the police right then and there. I have no respect for anything she just said. He took a shower, clothes, and then returned to the co-defendants that he was so afraid of for his share. No remorse. I'm sorry, I just found out facts that I did not know about. I certainly hope prison has changed him and made him a better person. Isn't that what the purpose is? If he has turned to the Lord, if he isn't the same person he was when he went in, then our justice system is working. He chose his path and consequences. He chose that for himself, but also for myself and my family. He should have to live his full punishment, his full sentence. Justice for Lee would be Trent Johnson serving his full 27 years. That comes with his time. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Linda, mother-in-law.
You go. No, you go. She doesn't want to talk. You go.
Go ahead.
Okay, go ahead.
State your name.
First name, Nathaniel, the third victim. I would just like to ask the board that clemency be denied today for Trenton Johnson. He was given 25 years for being a part of my brother's murder, yet my family and those that love my brother are setting a life sentence in this world without him, trying to figure out most days who he would be if he was still here. I spend more time thinking about him and what his future could have been than my own. I'm 38 years old. I still have no children. I finally found the love of my life who never had the chance to meet my brother. My brother never had a chance to have children. He never had a chance to finish his career that he loved so much at 23 years of age, being a dock master. He had a full life ahead of him. He didn't have to go to prison to be taught how to be a good human being. Trenton Johnson pled guilty to a DWI the day before this offense, yet still was able to go drive a vehicle to go get weed and agreed to rob someone he didn't learn the day before this murder by pleading guilty to a DWI. So why should we believe now that he would make any better choices just because he spent time in prison learning how to be a good human being? My brother and my family will never have the opportunity to sit together at a family setting. My mother will never get to sit next to my brother again like Trent got to sit next to his mother does now. Please, board, deny his clemency hearing. He should have to spend his time and his sentence under God, just as justice was served. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
My name is Rachel Cox, formerly known as Rachel Payne. I am the former fiance of late Mark Powell Jr. I'm writing this statement to express the devastating, life-altering impact that Trenton Johnson's actions have had on me, Lebu's family, and everyone who loved him. I am not only a survivor of this crime, but I am also the person who was forced to witness the final moments before his life was taken. I watched him walk away and get into Trenton Johnson's truck. Moments later, I heard the single gunshot that violently ended his life. I ran toward the truck, terrified and desperate, but I was left standing there in shock, paralyzed with confusion, not knowing whether the man that I loved was still breathing, whether he was calling out for help, or whether he needed me as Trenton drove away with him. Before that senseless act, Lee was a person who radiated compassion. He never met a stranger. He was giving and loving and kind, without ever expecting anything in return. His smile was infectious, and he gave the best hug in the entire world. When you spoke to him, he listened. If something was bothering you, he would sit down and give you his full attention and listen without judgment. He had a way of taking on the pain of people he loved as their problems were his own. Lee was deeply loyal. He stood up for what was right, even when doing so was unpopular or left him standing alone. He believed in honesty and integrity, and those qualities were among his greatest gifts to the world, and the world desperately needs more people like him. He was also a rising star at FMT, and he worked as a dry dock master 6 days a week, 12-hour shifts, and he still showed up every day with a smile. He was in his element there, and his presence made that difficult job worthwhile. In the 7 years of knowing Lee, I watched him grow from my charismatic high school sweetheart into a mature, ambitious young man who had dreams of building a meaningful life for himself and the people that he loved. Lee taught me how to stand up for myself. He taught me that my feelings mattered, and he gave me a sense of home and safety. He helped me through some of the darkest pain of my life, from my childhood trauma and past experiences, and he healed parts of me that he did not break. simply because he loved me enough to make my healing important to him. The thing is Lee and I considered each other fiancés, but that tragically never actually got to happen because he was taken away too soon. He was gonna propose to me that December. His mom told me that, but he was robbed at that moment, and I was also robbed of it too. We always talk about having 4 kids. He never got the chance to even have one. I will always grieve the family we never got to build. He was robbed of becoming a wonderful father and a husband that he deserved to be. And a father and a husband I know he was destined to become. On the day that Lee was killed, he had gone shopping with his best friend and bought me a necklace for our anniversary. He never got to give me that necklace. Instead, his best friend had to give it to me while we stood in the parking lot of the sheriff's office after receiving this devastating news that he could not make it. His death left a permanent and irreparable mark on everyone who loved him. His presence was stolen from this world that needed him. He was robbed of advancing in his career, becoming a husband, father, uncle, and one day a grandfather. He deserved every opportunity, every milestone, and every title that was taken from him. The emotional and psychological trauma of witnessing his murder follows me every day. I live with survivor's guilt and constantly ask myself, what if I could convince him not to go? The thought of him walking into his final moments without realizing it was our last goodbye hurt me. I never got to tell him I love you. I often imagine him being scared as he was slipping away, wondering why I was not beside him or wondering whether I was okay. Because that's the kind of person he was. It took my mind a very long time to accept that he was gone. It's impossible to fully describe what it does to a person's mind and heart when someone you touched, loved, spoke to every day is suddenly gone within a matter of minutes. For months afterwards, I struggled with extreme malnutrition and dehydration because I could not eat or sleep. My grief became so severe that my own mother had to bathe me. I could not complete even basic human tasks on my own. When I finally reached the point that I could function enough to move through life, the grief still consumed me, and I did attempt to take my own life because I did not want to live without my best friend anymore. If it had not been for a close friend, I would not be here today. Even now, I continue to struggle with extreme anxiety and crushing fear of unfamiliar places. I live on with an overwhelming sense of danger, even in environments that I should feel safe. Think about death constantly, especially now that I'm a mother. I've seen firsthand what Lee's death has permanently shattered the lives of his parents, and because of that, I live with fear for my own child that goes beyond normal parental worry. I'm sorry. Trenton Johnson must be held accountable for his actions in Lee's murder. Granting clemency would minimize the value of Lee's life and the immeasurable harm caused by his death. Lee's life carried immense weight, meaning, and value, and it should be treated as such. No sentence can bring Lee back. Nothing can restore the future that was stolen from him or from those who loved him, but a just sentence is necessary to acknowledge the value of the life that was taken and the lifelong damage caused to me, to his family, and everyone who continues to grieve him. Trenton Johnson was already giving leniency through his plea deal. That plea deal was the first act of mercy extended to him for what he did. In contrast, he showed no mercy to Lee, and he continues to cause pain by forcing me and Lee's family to relive the worst night of our lives. The pain of this loss is a life sentence for me, and I respectfully ask the court to impose a sentence that reflects the gravity of this crime. I ask that clemency for Trenton Johnson be denied in Lee's honor. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I'd like to read, we also have here with us, present, not wishing to speak, is Brian Crow, who is a friend, and he just asked that his comments be read into the record. Trenton will one day be free and able to hug his family and friends. My buddy Lee will never get that opportunity.
Thank you. Okay. Are there any questions from my colleagues?
Well, to expand on, the chairman here, we got a lot of letters of support for, Lee. And, I do know that Trenton was 19, but Lee was only 23 when this happened. Both young men at the beginning of their life. And there's a few that just one sentence, that I was gonna read. One is, thank you for hearing the voice of someone who loved Lee dearly and continues to carry the weight of losing him. Another one, because it's so important for a victim to be able to be heard. Another one is, thank you for hearing my voice, because we're reading all these letters, by the way. Thank you for hearing my voice, for hearing his voice through mine. I write this letter with absolute certainty and without hesitation. And another one was his middle school friend. And he said he was basically a brother. And he said, I would give anything to have just one more conversation with Lee. So that's just a few extra sentences from other friends that love you. And the pictures that were sent in are gorgeous. Thank you.
Any questions?
Yes. I was looking at your rap sheet. Did you ever lose any good time?
Yes,
I
sir.
saw where the song was restored, but I didn't see where you lost any.
Yes, sir. I have lost good time.
Okay, and what was that for?
Just for contraband, sir.
Okay, was it drugs, alcohol?
It was drugs, sir.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Prater? I have no questions, Madam Chair.
All right,
No question.
All right, thank you, sir. I think we're prepared to vote. Mr. Tillis?
Mr. Johnson, due to members of law enforcement and the family opposition, my vote today is going to be to deny.
Mrs. Stapleton?
My vote is going to be denied today also for the same reasons. But I did want to remark that your grades were excellent in the classes that you've taken. You are utilizing your time very well in prison. And I'm sure you are very remorseful. But a life was taken and a plea bargain was made, and we have extreme opposition from victims and law enforcement. So I agree with Mr. Secretary.
My vote is to deny. I mean, the result of a plea bargain and victim and law enforcement opposition.
And Mr. Prater?
My vote also is to deny. I think he's doing a great job and very impressive credentials and what he's doing out there, but doggone, it's just hadn't been enough time for such a serious crime that I can understand what the victim opposition is all about. And I believe in, anyway, I won't get into all that, but good luck. My vote is to deny.
All right, Mr. Johnson, you've received 4 votes to deny your application today, so your application's been denied, sir. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Monday.
Good morning. Are the folks at Angola there?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so we're gonna start with our preliminaries. If you can call Mr. Chambers in.
Okay, we are going to get him. We got intake coming in one building, so they're in the Tootie Chapel. So we had to walk to the Tootie Chapel to get him to come walk down here for the start. So they're coming in right now.
Okay, so we'll do our preliminaries. The pardon board is convening at Louisiana State Penitentiary. It's 10:39 a.m. on July 6th, 2026. So could we get the staff at Angola to introduce yourselves for the record, please?
Deputy Warden Rochelle Ambo.
In that chair.
Reginald Admiral, classification.
Carmen Shipley, inmate records. I need to move down so that y'all can be seen.
All the way to
Okay, thank you. And we have our first case is Mr. Chambers. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. How y'all doing?
Good. How are you today?
I'm all right.
Good. Would you introduce yourself for the record, sir? Tell us your full name and your DOC number, please.
My name is Albert Chambers. My number 126853.
Yes, sir. Let me just, Mr. Chambers, I'm going to read some identifying information into the record, ask you to confirm that it's accurate, and then I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Freeman. Your case has been assigned to him. So you're here, Mr. Chambers. You're seeking a commutation of your sentence. You are classified as a first felony offender. You were convicted in West Baton Rouge Parish of second-degree murder. You were sentenced September 1989 to life in prison.
Yes,
Is
ma'am.
that information correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Freeman.
Okay, Mr. Chambers, why don't you tell us, first off, I want to acknowledge your family that's there at Angola. And we will get to everyone. But tell me, what did you do to get yourself put into jail? And why do you think we should let you out? And what were the circumstances that led to this?
Mr. Freeman, I went to the store to make a phone call. But when I went to the store to make the phone call, I couldn't get through to the person that I was calling, which was my cousin. And I came back home and I went to my partner's house to use the telephone. Nobody then came down. So the lady came and said I could use her phone. And Mr. Freeman, I was full of drugs and alcohol. And I patted the lady, when I used the telephone, I patted her on the butt. She told me don't do that anymore. And Mr. Freeman, I was leaving and she went in her bedroom and plugged her phone back up. And I went there and patted again, and she told me she was gonna call the police, and I panicked and got scared. I choked out and I juked in the leg with a pair of scissors. If I would have been in my right state of mind, I would have never done it.
Why should we even consider letting you out today? What have you done since you've been in prison that has improved you enough to get out?
I'm not the same person I was when I first came here. I done got older and I done got matured, Mr. Freeman. If y'all let me out, I would go to the school and talk to the children not to make the same mistake I made. I would go to churches and talk to children to lead them down the right path. And I'm very remorseful for taking the life of Mrs. Denise Harris, and I take full responsibility for my actions.
Let me ask you this, did you know the victim?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm gonna ask you some questions when it gets to my time to question you, due to the nature of the crime. But let's go on and let's hear from Mr. Channing Blake at the Parole Project.
Good morning to this honorable board. Channing Blake with Louisiana Parole Project, appearing on behalf of Albert Chambers. Because he's been a participating GED school, he volunteers and help older offenders. And because of the position he's in at this time, if the board deems it necessary, we're going to accept him into our program. Should the board give him a favorable recommendation, we're going to give him transitional housing employment assistance, mental health and substance abuse evaluations, and social norms. He will also be assigned to a reentry specialist that's going to mentor and guide him through the reentry process. So based upon these factors, we ask that the board would grant him a favorable recommendation today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Blake. Okay, and I'm gonna move that we go into executive session.
I'll second. Could you call the roll, please?
Renata,
Yes.
Freeman,
Yes.
Timmons,
Yes.
Stapleton,
Yes.
Prater.
So
Okay.
we'll be in executive session for a few moments to discuss confidential information. Stand by, Mr. Chambers. We'll be right back.
Yes, ma'am.
We are, there's been a motion to return to regular session without objection. It's 10:55. We are back in regular session.
Okay, Mr. Chambers, I see that you're at the dog pen. What's your responsibilities at the prison these days?
I'm at the dog pen. I put out dogs, I cut grass, whatever they need done around there.
Okay. And how long have you been at the dog pens? I know that's pretty prestigious to get over there.
Been over there about 3 months.
Okay, so you just got to the dog.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and before that, I saw that you had 110 write-ups, but you only had, the last one was in 2022, and before that was 2011. So it looks like you settled in and I hadn't had any problems much after 2011.
Yes, sir.
Okay. What classes have you taken? You taken any victim classes?
Substance abuse, anger management, 100 hours, things for change, and victim awareness.
Okay, what you learned from victim awareness?
From victim awareness, it was a good class, and not to get angry. Think for,
Gotcha.
before I
Oh,
do
yeah.
something. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Think before I react.
Okay, and you served, how many years have you been in jail? 30?
37.
37.
Yeah, 38 and 6 more days.
Okay. And how old are you?
59.
59. Okay.
Yes, sir.
So, you were 21 when this occurred, okay?
Yes, sir.
And, so you knew her, I mean, I'm not gonna go over the facts of the case, but why was the murder so brutal? I mean, did y'all date before? Did y'all have problems? I mean, what was the thing?
Mr. Freeman,
Or you was just too drunk to know?
I was too drunk, and if I'd been in my right state of mind, it would have never happened.
Gotcha.
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
I have no further questions, Ms. Reynolds.
Any other questions?
Well, I'd like to say there's people that get drunk out of their mind all the time, and they don't do what you did. I don't find that to be a good reason for what happened, and it was a brutal, heinous crime. And it looks to me, did you start these classes in 2024, or did you just get these classes that you just took? When did you start?
It's only two classes, Ms. Stapleton, living in balance, and it was a waiting list for that, and he finally got in, and victim awareness and accountability letter has a waiting line. So those two classes backlog, but all the other classes he did 2017.
2017. Okay, so it wasn't his fault then. And
No,
we
ma'am.
see that. Okay, I'm glad you cleared that up, Warden. Okay, so you do have extreme opposition from law enforcement, the DA and the AG and different people like that. You need to know that. And I tell you what, the drinking and the drugs, I mean, this crime was you tortured the lady. That really goes over the top of what is normal. I mean, can be explained away by that to me, because people get drunk and get on drugs all the time. They don't commit this kind of crime. So.
Warden Ambo, is there anything you'd like to add?
Yes, I just want to let y'all know that, he did participate in education classes, but he was unable to progress due to his level of understanding. Also, he's very respectable. He's a hard worker, trustworthy, dependable. He followed the rules. Anything you tell him to do, he does it. He don't object to anything. Anything you ask him to do, he does it. I mean, we just had a bad rainstorm here and our ditches was all clogged up with a bunch of branches and trees and stuff. And he was the first one when feet down in the mud first to get the branches out. I mean, outstanding worker.
So can you expand a little bit about the write-up that Mr. Freeman was talking about in 2022? It was for Defiance. Can you just a little detail?
So an officer wrote him up, she claimed that when he went to do the stick out trays, that he grabbed her right breast and proceeded to get out of the truck to deliver the trays. It was first written as a 21F as an aggravated sex offense, but it was downgraded to defiant.
Thank you. All right, I don't have any other questions. Are we ready to vote? All right, Mr. Freeman.
Okay, Mr. Chambers, you're doing good. I mean, you got the dog pen. That's pretty good, and you're volunteering, and I think you are an excellent inmate. But this crime, it was real heinous. It was real bad. We have we have law enforcement opposition, and my vote today, I'm going to have to vote to deny.
Mr. Prater?
Yeah, I concur with that because of the opposition and because what a horrible crime we're talking about. It's not just it wasn't during a dope deal when you're, 16 years old, 17 years old or something. This was terrible. And I think he needs to go ahead and serve some more time. My vote is to deny.
Mr. Tillis?
I concur with Mr. Freeman.
Mrs. Stapleton?
I concur, Mr. Chambers. I feel like the crime was brutal, heinous, and it was torture. You got extreme law enforcement opposition. And, this last write-up was in 22, and it was sexual in nature. And I saw that also. And so I feel like you'd be a continued danger to society. And if the excuse is going to be drinking, well, that's easy to do. So I think you need to serve the time.
All right, Mr. Chambers, you've got 4 votes to deny your application. So today your application for clemency has been denied, sir. Good luck to you.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, we are ready for Mr. Ward.
He is on his
He's
way.
on his
He had to
way.
go.
We had to go, we walking from the Tootie Chapel. Solid gate coming through now. Ray's gonna have to leave out of the.
Yeah.
Good morning. Hey, how you doing? Have a seat. We're ready to start. Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning. Ma'am, I need y'all to go on the first row all the way down to the end.
Yeah, and Warden, our next case is gonna be Mr. Joseph. I don't know if you have
Yes,
that.
ma'am, I have him in here.
Good morning, this
Ma'am,
is,
ma'am, y'all can get on the front.
okay. Mr. Ward, would you introduce yourself?
My name is Edward Ward,
What's your DOC number, please?
128478.
All right, thank you. And you have a lawyer this morning. Counsel, would you introduce yourself, please?
Introduce yourself, please.
He said the lawyer.
Oh, okay.
Ms. Miller, would you introduce yourself for the record?
I can barely hear you. I'm sorry. I'm having some audio issues. I am attorney Raven Matthews Miller, representing Mr. Edward Lee Ward.
All right, thank you. And I'm just, your case, Mr. Ward has been assigned to Mr. Prater, who you'll see on Zoom as well. I'm just going to turn it over to Mr. Prater at this time.
Okay, Mr. Ward, how are you today?
Doing fine.
I know you kind of nervous probably, aren't you?
Somewhat.
Okay, all right. Is there anybody in there with you? Is the warden in there or anyone from Angola in there?
Yes, I'm here, Warden and Bob.
Okay, good. I just making sure you were there. Okay, Mr. Ward, you were 20 years old when this occurred, this murder occurred. And what I'd like to know right now from you to start us off is to why did this occur? What are some of the just a few of the details of what was going on, why it happened, and what you've done to make yourself what you call eligible for this getting a clemency here.
Okay, well, at the time of the crime, I went over to this lady's house I had been seeing for some years. And upon entering the house, she introduced some drugs to me, which I agreed to get high with her. And in the process of getting high, we came up with an idea on how to get some more money. And the idea was that I was supposed to snatch Mr. Wakeman Dubois' bag, his money bag, snatch his money bag and run. And that's all I was supposed to have done, but things didn't turn out that way. Things turned out just the opposite. I tussled with Mr. Wakeman for his money bag, which he didn't let go. And in the process of tussling with Mr. Wakeman, he reached for his gun. And I let the bag go, and I tussled with him to keep him from shooting me. And in the process of tussling, I pulled my gun out of fear, scared, and just shot him. And upon shooting him out, I ran. I ran to the next corner, and the lady that was with me, Sandra, I gave her the money bag, and I left and I ran all the way to my grandmother's house in the country. The next day, I met up with Sandra again, and we done drugs again. And in the process of doing drugs, we left the motel and was going over to her house. But we was pulled over by the police. The police brought us in for questioning. And upon being questioned, I confessed to the crime because I knew what I'd done was wrong. And I confessed and told the police what happened.
Okay, that sounds like what was in the report, and he had a lounge across the street from your girlfriend, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and he was just going to take the money back to his house and you
Yeah,
decided
he was going back home.
Okay. All right, well, tell me what you've done. Tell me what you've done since then.
Well, since my incarceration, I've renewed my mind, and I have a different mindset, and my mind has been transformed through the courses that has been offered to me here at Angola. Educational programs, the self-help programs, as well as the faith-based programs, which I have attended all those programs. I've accomplished my GED, and the classes, Living in Balance, was one that taught me the dangers of drugs. That drugs not only destroy your brain, but it destroys families and communities. Anger management has taught me how to manage my anger, on giving me the techniques on how to de-escalate a situation before it occurs, which you stop, listen to the person or the situation that's you in, take deep breaths and make a decision, because every decision you make have consequences. And the victim awareness class has taught me that my victims have a right too, that they have a right for justice, as well as it taught me that empathy is putting myself in the place of that victim and the way they feel and how they feel about something happening to their family. And my faith-based programs has taught me to step out on my faith and to believe in a higher being. And it has encouraged me and given me the strength to step out and serve my community. And by serving my community, I help the elderly by taking care of them, if it's cutting their hair or giving them a bath, or whatever I'm called upon, I'm willing to serve.
Okay. Well, thank you for that. And explain your faith to me.
My faith is believing in a being that's higher than myself or man, period. My faith is something that is not seen, something that I believe in, that there's a higher being, which is God.
Okay. All right. Attorney Miller, I'm gonna give you a chance to speak after the other supporters speak, if that's okay with you. Okay, well, she adjusts her audio. I'm assuming it's okay. Warden, would you tell us what kind of fellow this has been and how he's acted since you've known him?
So since I've been here at Angola, Mr. Ward has seemed to be a very trustworthy inmate. He followed rules, very dependable. He's polite. He's not a security risk at all or a threat to society. And besides the classes that y'all have put down that we sent to y'all, he also has a certificate in CPR, and Prison Enterprise gave him an in-service award for his training efforts and the effort that he does there at Prison Enterprise. So his last DB report was in 2022, and it was for Rule 22. And he only have a total of 55 DB reports. He is a minimum aid trustee, and he's assigned to the cold storage where which is a prison enterprise, but we house all our food that we do in the processing plant, all the ones that we harvest and everything, and all the incoming produce that we get. He works with them to do it, to make sure that we keep it fresh and everything.
Okay. And what his last discipline was, what year and what was that for?
It was Rule 22, and it was in 2022, and it was for investigation.
Some sort of theft, wasn't it?
Yeah, but
Maybe he can tell us quicker.
yeah, maybe he can.
Yeah, it was what they was trying to send us to Camp F. They was pushing the trustees from main prison, and then
Yes,
put
sir.
it on the board to send us to Camp F. And in
Okay.
the process, I told the Warden Nettles, that I might have an enemy at Camp F. And he said that I didn't have an enemy. So it constitutes as fraud that I didn't want to go to Camp F and I was making an excuse.
They wrote him for a 22 theft by fraud, and that's because they felt that he was being untruthful, that he didn't tell the truth. So in other words, it's a rule for a lie.
Okay, all right, okay, thank you, Warden. Is that all you had to say?
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, now then we'll go to some folks I think that are behind you. We got your mother, a sister, and a niece all wanting to speak. And I would ask y'all to speak. You can stay seated right there and just give us a couple of minutes of why you think he's earned the right to get out earlier than anticipated, providing the governor would sign what we recommend if that was to happen. Tell us why.
Good morning. I'm speaking on behalf of my brother. My name is Renee Ward Fleming. I'm his youngest sister on my mom's side. The man that you see before you right now is not the man that came here. He was a boy when he came here. He's now a man. He walks in integrity. He walks with his faith in Christ Jesus. He's a leader to our family. Even though he's incarcerated, he's still a leader to our family. I have been through a lot of health issues, and my brother has encouraged me through all that I've been through. He's encouraged me in the word. He does not take sides in our family. If something is going on, he speaks with wisdom. He always tells us to love one another and forgive. He never takes sides. He's a loving person. He's kind. I apologize.
That's okay. I understand it's an emotional time.
He's a loving person. He's kind. He's giving. Even in here, he's giving. He's always trying to find a way to give us something. If we ask him if he needs money, he always refuses. He always say no. And if we give it to him, he'll say, I said, don't send me anything. So he never has his hand open to receive. He has his heart open to give. So if you would give him this opportunity, if you would give him mercy in this opportunity, I believe with all of my heart that he would take this opportunity and he will make you all proud of it. Not only make us proud, but he would make the state of Louisiana proud. There's so many people waiting on him. He has a job already lined up. He has counseling already arranged, and he will make every effort, and his family is behind him 100%. We will make sure that he succeeds in everything that he do, small or big. We are there behind him. He's not going to be alone. We're not going to let him fail at all. So
all
please,
right.
For your consideration, please consider the man that he is today, not the man that he came in as. Thank you.
Well, thank you. We appreciate your comments and we'll take them to heart. Next speaker, would you
Prater,
introduce yourself?
Mr.
Yes.
Prater, if I can interject right quick, I just want to let you know with that Rule 22 that he got, that he didn't lose his minimum status. He stayed a minimum trustee. He's been a minimum trustee since 2015, so he didn't lose his status.
Okay,
with that right.
Thank you very much. We appreciate that. Okay, the next speaker, would you introduce yourself and keep it to just a couple minutes, please?
Yes, good morning. My name is Gabriel Perry. I am one of the many nieces of Edward Ward. My uncle's 59, I'm 30. So if we do the math there, we see that he was incarcerated before I was ever born. And so I've only known my uncle as incarcerated Uncle Ed. And even in that, he's made every effort to make sure our family knows him, to make sure that we know that we are loved and cared for by him. And that is always just spoken into the intentionality that my uncle exhibits. My uncle often writes, he sends JPay letters and he calls. And throughout every call and every letter, he always has a word of encouragement to give, whether it's honor your mother and father, whether it's something that he just learned from one of the Bible studies that he's attended, something on the news. I want to say maybe 2 weeks ago, there were campfires in Dallas, and he reached out to make sure that my apartment wasn't affected by the fire. And so although he's been incarcerated for all of these years, incarceration has never stripped the heart of intentionality that my uncle has. Another thing that I've witnessed through my uncle as a young girl and even now as an adult is the servant heartedness that my uncle has. I want to say it was last year or earlier this year, we went to the Angola state rodeo, prison rodeo. I had never been, and I heard so many things about it. During that time, although while my uncle was working, he made every effort to make sure that we were served, whether that was bringing water, making sure we had napkins, picking up our trash, and even the way that he was interacting with the other inmates' family, just taking care of them. And not only that, I can think of another instance of his job being in the kitchen. Oftentimes when he calls, he fills me out, he genuinely enjoys cooking and serving his inmates. And I just believe that if he is given this opportunity to re-enter into the community, that the same servant heartedness that he has exhibited for 39 years here would be the same servant heartedness that he would exhibit into the community. I've witnessed my uncle grow in his emotional intelligence. He has never minimized or downplayed the decisions that caused him to be incarcerated. However, he has always taken full accountability. And even when we talk, when I was younger, there would be times where he would be quick to advise or quick to correct because my mom would tell him I did something. And when he was younger, he would be, like I said, so quick to correct. And now his emotional intelligence is where he will listen. He will pause before giving advice. He will think about what he's going to say before doing it. And that just speaks to the growth that he has in understanding his role as a pivotal pillar in my family. And the last thing I want to talk about is just the way that my uncle has used this journey the last 39 years, not as a victim of being incarcerated. And he doesn't see himself as institutionalized, but he's used his experiences to mentor and guide our family. I have a 32-year-old brother. And every chance he gets to speak to my brother, he instills wisdom and truth into him. Career-wise, I work with at-risk youth. I've been doing that for the last 5 years. And I participated in various reentry meetings where you have the juvenile justice system, mental health system, child welfare system. And during the reentry meetings, it's the circle of support that's present. And what I've learned over these past 5 years is the people that's reentering the system are those who do not have solid community. It's people who don't have solid supports. And because of that, because my uncle has done the work, and because he has the supports of his family and his friends in the community, I have no doubt in my mind that he would not be a successful law-abiding citizen.
Thank you for that. Thank you for
Thank
those
you.
words. And the final speaker, would you introduce yourself, please? I think it's gonna be your mother.
They can hear you from right there. You talk right there.
If you would introduce yourself and keep it to just a couple minutes, we'd appreciate it.
Yeah, can I read it?
Mhm.
My name is Sandra Huntley, and I am the mother of Everly Ward. Over the past 30 years, I have watched my son become a man of faith, humility, and accountable. Our conversation today are filled with encouragement instead of anger. He accepts full responsibility for what he has done and has experienced since remorse for many years. I have watched him become patient, compassionate, and deeply committed to live according to God's word. And his mother, I have prayed for him every day for 38 years. I cannot change what happened and never can he, but I can tell you that the man before you today is a man of faith, humility, integrity, and if you grant him mercy, I believe with all my heart that he will spend the rest of his life honoring the gift. Thank you for allowing me to share my heart.
Okay, Mom, thank you. Yeah, some good words from all of your supporters. They did really good and said some important things. Attorney Miller, can you get us off mute there? There you go. Go ahead, Attorney Miller, and wrap this up for the supporters.
And before I speak, I have with us the Assistant District Attorney in the case. He wanted to speak before I finish it up.
Oh, okay.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. My name is Calvin Woodruff. I'm an Assistant District Attorney in Vermilion Parish. The District Attorney's Office takes a neutral position on this application. I want you to know that I did speak with the last remaining relative of the victim in this case. She is the stepdaughter of Mr. Dubois. She is now 92 years old, but very astute. And her last words to me was, "It's time for Mr. Ward to come home."
Okay. All right. Well, thank you, sir. Thank you. Is that all you had to offer us?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. It's kind of, the reason I asked that, it's kind of sketchy sometimes, a couple of times the internet connection, but I've got you now. So, Ms. Miller, would you go ahead and take it from there?
Yes. Thank you so much for giving us your time this morning, to you and the rest of the board. I'm Raven Matthews Miller, and I feel I have the privilege today of representing Mr. Edward Lee Ward. And I appear before you today in two capacities. Of course, first, I'm his attorney, but also appear before you as a resident of Abbeville, Louisiana, longtime resident. I was born and raised here, graduated from the high schools here, and came back home here. I'm not asking you that you release Mr. Ward out to anyone's community, but the same community that I live in that could use the help of some of the things that he has in mind as far as participating at his church, participating in community things, and being that type of mentor. I have a law practice right here in this city. My husband and I have raised our children here. This is the very community to which Mr. Ward hopes to return if this board grants the relief. I began there because public safety is personal to me. I'm not asking you to release Mr. Ward into someone else's community. 38 years ago, a life was taken. There's nothing the board does today can erase that loss or lessen the pain suffered by the victim's family. Mr. Ward has never asked anyone to excuse what he did, and neither will I. He accepts full responsibility. And he's ready for successful reintegration. He knows his actions were wrong. He's carried that responsibility every day since he entered prison. The question before the board is not whether the offense was serious. It was. The question is whether the 20-year-old who entered prison is the same man that you see before you today. I respectfully submit that the evidence demonstrates he's not. I think this case is unique because you're not being asked to predict whether Edward Ward might change someday. You have nearly 38 years of documented evidence showing that he already has. During those decades, he has maintained institutional employment, earned positions of trust, pursued educational and vocational opportunities, strengthened his faith, mentored younger inmates, volunteered his time, and devoted himself to becoming a better man. His rehabilitation is not based on promises about the future. It is supported by a lifetime of conduct while incarcerated. If granted relief, Mr. Ward will not be returning to uncertainty. He has stable housing. He'll be going to live with his mother, help and care for her. He has employment arranged. That's already done. Counseling in place. I think a couple of the family members mentioned that. He's going to be returning back to Macedonia Baptist Church. That's the church I was christened in. That was my family's church as well. Also believe it's significant that, to our knowledge, as our assistant district attorney shared, that there's no opposition from the victim's family, and their office is taking a neutral position. While the facts are not necessarily dispositive, they are meaningful as the board evaluates whether Mr. Ward can get mercy, whether this board can extend mercy without compromising justice or public safety. Members of the board, there are very few cases in which I would stand before you and ask for mercy after a conviction for murder. I stand here today because I believe this is one of those rare cases, not because the crime became less serious, but because the man became different. He's not asking you to forget what he did. He's asking you to consider what he has done with the last 38 years of his life. On his behalf, I respectfully ask that you recommend commutation of his sentence and any additional relief you believe is appropriate. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. We appreciate that. Back to you, Mr. Ward. I really just have one question, then I'll turn it over to the Madam Chairman to ask her to see if there's any questions of the rest of the board. My question is this: were we to recommend to the governor that you be eligible for reduction in your sentence and eligibility for parole, what are you gonna do if some lady friend comes up, she's got some marijuana and all that? How are you going to keep from resisting this temptation once again?
It's gonna be easy for me to resist that. I'm just gonna walk away from her.
Okay. One more question. What have you done to learn about your addiction or your drug usage?
Well, I've attended the classes that are offered, the substance abuse classes and living in balance, and it has taught me the dangers of drugs.
Okay.
Taught me that the drug will destroy your life and other people's lives.
Okay. Madam Chairman, I'm through with my questions. I turn it over to the board. I'm prepared to vote.
All right, thank you. Any questions, Mr. Tillis?
Mr. Ward, how long have you been incarcerated?
38 years.
8 years. And how old were you when you were incarcerated?
20.
Okay. No more questions.
Any other questions? I see no other questions. Mr. Prater, we're ready for your vote.
Okay, Mr. Ward, because of several things, because of your accomplishments, your attitude in the interview, because of the warden's comments, because of the age at the time of the offense, because of the support that you definitely have, and because of the statements of the DA, assistant DA, and the attorney that represents you, my recommendation to the governor, my vote at least, would be to commute your sentence to time served with immediate parole eligibility.
Mr. Tillis?
I concur with Mr. Prater.
Mrs. Stapleton?
I concur with Mr. Prater.
Mr. Freeman?
I concur with Mr. Prater.
And my vote would also be to commute your sentence to time served. So we're going to make that recommendation on your behalf. Mr. Ward, good luck.
Thank you so very much. Excited.
Good morning, Mr. Joseph.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning to y'all.
Thank you. Would you introduce yourself, sir? Tell us your name and DOC number.
My name is Bernard Joseph, DOC number 126111.
All right. Yeah, I see that you're wearing that number.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Mr. Joseph, your case this morning has been assigned to Mr. Prater, so I'm gonna just turn it over to him so he can just take the lead.
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning. Let's see. Good morning, Mr. Johnson. You doing okay today, huh?
I'm doing okay, sir.
Okay, we're gonna talk about some difficult things. One is the crime that you committed a number of years ago. I think you've served 37 years on a life sentence, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and we got to talk about that. Got to talk about what you've done since then. We got to talk to the warden to find out exactly what kind of fellow that you've been since you've been incarcerated. And then we got a couple of folks that are going to be speaking against your effort today. One is the Assistant District Attorney from Orleans Parish, and one is the victim's brother-in-law. And so we got to hear from those folks too. But so let's get right into it. Tell me why did y'all kill this priest? And give me some details behind it, because it was an unusual crime and very horrific. And the explanations that you wrote really weren't that satisfying to me. So tell me about the crime, and then get to the good part about what's happened since you got caught and since you've been incarcerated.
Well, first of all, the crime, I was in the wrong place at the wrong time. I was visiting the victim, and I got caught up in that incident when it went down. I didn't, my actions in that crime were not voluntary at all. They were justified because I was, as is in my application, I was struck on my arms and legs by a hammer by my brother, which was left out of there intentionally because of what I went through with Detective Dummer during my interrogation.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll get
The
into
Detective
Okay.
Dummer, he did the things that he said, the deletion and addition that was did with my during the time that I was got interviewed and everything, that was intentional. It was racist involved on his behalf, and he couldn't handle it when I told him I needed to use the restroom. He went off on me, went to shaking me, had the back of my neck all messed up and everything, called all kind of names and everything.
Yes, well.
Evidence that I presented to Ms. Renaldes, evidence was withheld from me, which would derailed everything. If my attorney would have known the stuff that he would have known, I would have never got convicted in the first place. It was a bunch of cover-up stuff with that, as far as with the police, with my interrogation. Prosecutors did the same thing, caused my attorney to be ineffective along with the things that my attorney did.
Okay, let me stop you there. I don't want to hear you rambling about attorneys and representation and all that. You were found guilty. Okay? You were found guilty. I believe it was a jury found you guilty, if I'm not mistaken. And so we're not going to retry this case, retry the interrogation, retry anything. Okay, I've got everything that you sent Ms. Renatza, and the whole board does, and we've read all of that about the hammer and hitting you and the allegations of the interview and all. What have you done since you've been there to try to convince us that you have been rehabilitated?
The fact that I've been under this wrongful conviction for all the time I've been under nothing but stress inside the penitentiary. I've been being the fact that I should have never been in the first place. I've been through all kinds of stuff off in here, as far as the stuff I'd had to face off in here, being around. I'm a first offender, so I've seen more than enough of craziness since I've been in. And like I said, wrongfully convicted, I should have never been in the first place. And if you what I went through.
Excuse me, sir. Excuse me, Mr. Bernard Joseph. Warden, tell us what kind of fella he's been since he's been here.
Well, Mr. Joseph has been on maximum security for a very long time. He continued to, write for protective custody, claiming that people are targeting him because of his lifestyle. So, he had 106 DB reports, his last one being in 2021, but he remained on maximum custody seeking, protection.
Okay, thank you. That's what I got out of the file with all the disciplines and the recent disciplines. But thank you, Warden. Thank you very much. Well, let's go straight to the victim's brother-in-law, Mr. Kevin Williams, and then we'll finish up with Ms. McGowan, if that's okay with you, Ms. McGowan. Okay, Mr. Williams, go ahead and tell us what's on your mind.
Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today. This is difficult. I've been a proud member of the McCarthy family for nearly 40 years, and I'm appearing before you today for two reasons. The first is I am the last man standing, so to speak, of this and prior generations of the McCarthy family, a small and battered family. Patrick's father, Edward Raymond McCarthy, died when he was a little boy, leaving a widow and 3 little kids. Patrick was the man of the house from that point until his death. Rita McCarthy, his mother, died in my home 14 years ago. I will speak more about her grief in a few moments. My brother-in-law, Brian Michael McCarthy, a former district attorney, assistant U.S. attorney, and judge, has had his voice stilled, but not his pen, by Parkinson's disease. And my wife, Marianne McCarthy Williams, my wife of nearly 40 years, has recently undergone surgery for aggressive intrametrial cancer, and even absent that medical malady, would not be able to handle this hearing today. The second reason I speak to you is because I was there. I was there. I was there from the first phone call to my wife, a phone call that no one should ever have to receive, that her brother had been tortured and murdered. Consumed by grief, we slept that first night with all the lights in our small graduate student apartment on, all the lights. I was there when Patrick's mother, Rita, first saw his dead body lying in state in his parish. And she walked up to the body and she said, "Oh, my baby, what have they done to you?" And she tried vainly to rearrange the hairs on the top of his head to cover the hammer and knife marks. They had penetrated his scalp so they could pour salt into his wounds to torture him into showing them the riches in this poor little parish that Patrick served. Fortunately, the ligature marks from the electrical cord they used to strangle him were concealed by Patrick's vestments. I was there for service after service after service in both New Orleans and Rochester, New York, Patrick's home. I was hugged by literally hundreds, and it may have been thousands of people expressing and sharing their grief. But when the funeral cortege left Patrick's parish, block after block after block was lined by parishioners and students from his school and members of the community, all sharing and expressing their grief at this senseless, wicked, wanton act. And then I was there at the graveside ceremony in a blinding rain when the pallbearers lost their grip temporarily on the casket and banged it into the above-ground mausoleum, and Rita cried out, "Please don't hurt my baby anymore." Rita and the rest of the family has never recovered from this crime. I don't think you can, but we have all soldiered on, and I think we've all done good works. My brother-in-law, Brian, attended every single day of both trials, a horrible, horrible task, even for the prosecutor that he was. And he was represented this family for 4 decades, up to just now. And that duty now falls on me. He and I are determined that Patrick not be forgotten. My wife, Mary Ann McCarthy Williams, could not cope with the grief of this terrible, senseless, vile, wicked act, and was forced to resign from her position as Assistant Dean of the Student Affairs at the College of William and Mary. She will never forget the horror. We slept with all the lights on for literally years. And even now, our house is well lit at night. Although suffering from dementia in the last 5 years of her life, Rita never forgot the horror of Patrick's torture and murder. And now you have this man before you seeking mercy. He's hired received the counsel of high-powered lawyers who apparently have attempted to make him something of a cause celeb. They were able to get an article in the Guardian newspaper, a publication that I otherwise greatly respect, but that was so poorly researched and diligenced that to this day, I just checked this morning, to this day, they've got the date of his torture and murder wrong. Nobody from the Guardian or those high-powered lawyers reached out to any member of the McCarthy family to gauge their feelings about this plea for mercy. It would have been very easy to do. And the offender has had nearly 40 years to write one of those letters. I can't recall the term Ms. Stapleton used, and has never done so. The article that I mentioned from the Guardian failed to disclose any repentant act. And in his statement just now, I see no repentance whatsoever for his wicked, wicked deeds. All the good that Patrick could have done was snuffed out. And I've been listening to all of these hearings today. Many of the supporters and opponents made heartfelt Christian appeals. Some literally brought tears to my eyes because all I could think of was the many thousands of people that Patrick McCarthy would have brought to the Lord had he not been tortured and murdered. Our society, rightly, I believe, considers certain crimes to be unforgivable. The murder of an expectant mother and her unborn child, the murder of police, corrections, or judicial officers, and I submit to you the torture and murder of a man of God is completely unforgivable. The offender needs to die in prison regardless of his physical or mental health. He is completely deserving of any mercy at any time, now or in the future. Indeed, he has received the full measure of mercy already. My mother-in-law, God rest her soul, wrote to the trial judge pleading for both the offender and his half-brother not receive the death penalty because it was not consistent with her values or those of her slain son. Rita Conley McCarthy walked the talk, as did Patrick Conley McCarthy. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Very well spoken. We appreciate those words. Mr. McGowan, if you'll unmute, we'll hear what you've got to say.
Thank you, and may it please the board. Edward McGowan on behalf of the Orleans Parish District Attorney's Office. Thank you for providing me the opportunity to appear virtually today, as my other commitments did not allow me to travel to Baton Rouge as I prefer to do. This is the case of a heinous, obviously heinous crime of a torture and murder of a priest. As we've just heard, the repercussions and the damages it inflicted on the family members is longstanding and irrevocable. I will confine my comments to details in the record that I think are relevant. The record that we have before us provides no basis for leniency. This defendant has many disciplinary infractions, often of aggravated in nature. He is only, since, to address your direct inquiry, since his remand to DOC, he apparently has only participated in one program that I could find. No evidence of any rehabilitation or remorse. He has no GED, no job training, no pre-release programs. He has no family support. He has no discharge plan, no employment plan, no residence plan. And this proceeding, he simply has taken it as an opportunity, as a vehicle to re-urge some previously rejected and spurious concerns about his trial. I note that in 2016, the U.S. Fifth Circuit held that these arguments and complaints were frivolous and repetitive, and actually sanctioned him for continuing to raise them and urge them. And again, we've heard him today continue to deny any sort of culpability. And again, that undermines any plea for further leniency for him. With that, I ask that on the basis of having no evidence whatsoever of rehabilitation, no basis for leniency, I ask that his application be declined. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McGowan. We appreciate that. Okay, Mr. Bernard, it's time for us to ask any questions that we need to ask. I personally don't want to hear anything else from you. Madam Chairman, it's up to you.
Any questions? I don't see any questions, Mr. Prater. We're ready for your vote.
Okay, Mr. Joseph, you've taken up enough of our time. My vote is to deny this request for a number of reasons that I will list in my written vote, but I don't see that you're worthy of this request at all.
Mr. Tillis?
My vote is to deny.
My vote is to deny also. You've taken no accountability. You have law enforcement opposition. You got from opposition, and you have no rehabilitation nor exit plans whatsoever.
Mr. Freeman?
Law enforcement victim opposition, I vote to deny.
All right, Mr. Joseph. My vote today also is to deny based on your involvement in the murder of Father Patrick McCarthy, despite your claim of innocence. So today, sir, your application's been denied.
That's the evidence that.
All right. Good. Oh, it's still morning. Mr. PERRILLIOUX, good morning. Would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and DOC number.
Name is Charles PERRILLIOUX, 252393.
All right. Thank you, Mr. PERRILLIOUX. And you're here seeking a commutation of your sentence. You were sentenced in Terrebonne Parish in 1999 for a second-degree murder conviction in Terrebonne Parish. Is that information correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you, sir. Your case has been assigned to Mr. Freeman, so I'm going to turn it over to him.
Okay, Mr. PERRILLIOUX, please tell us a little bit about why you got put in there. Tell us what was the crime you committed and what led up to it. And then tell us about what you've done since you've been in there that you think that we should grant you a pardon today.
All right, I killed my living girlfriend, Rita. I dropped the night before, I had dropped her off at the jail. She was supposed to do some time for DWI. We dropped her off, me and her sister dropped her off, and we left. Well, the next day I called to see if they was cutting her loose. And they told me that she had never checked in the jailhouse. So I put two and two together and found out where she was at. Well, when I went to the guy's house the first time, she wasn't there, but the guy told me she did spend the night there. Well, the guy had a gun sitting on his table. So I left and I went home and she wasn't coming home. So when I went back the second time, I brought my gun with me. So just one thing led to another, and I just lost it, and I wound up shooting Rita. I just, I figured she was cheating on me or whatever, and I just lost it.
Okay, and what's been going on since you've been in prison? What have you done?
Oh, I've taken all the classes I was required to take. I did numerous jobs up here. I've helped build 4 of the churches up here. I've worked on the DOC headquarters when they remodeled it. Right now I work at the fire station to where I keep all the equipment running and all.
And how long?
How long I've been at the fire station?
So how long have you been in jail?
27 and a half years.
Okay. Warden, do you have anything you would like to tell us about the subject?
Yes, Mr. PERRILLIOUX is a minimum age trustee. He only had one DB report in his 27 years of being incarcerated, and that was in 2007 for Rule 1. He has taken anger management, T4C 100 hours, victim awareness. He got his GED in 2004. He's a veteran. He received several awards from PE for in-service award for doing renovations on several different projects, one including DOC headquarters. He's a hardworking, honest, dependable. We have no security issues from him, very respectable, and he follows the rules and regulations of this institution.
Okay, thank you very much, Warden.
You're welcome.
Okay, let's get to the people here that want to speak on your behalf. Let's hear from first Channing Blake of the Parole Project. Mr. Blake.
Good afternoon to this honorable board. Channing Blake with Louisiana Parole Project, appearing on behalf of Charles PERRILLIOUX. To echo the sentiments of Warden Ambo, the classes he's taken, he's a hard worker. He resides at Camp F, veteran, minimum age trustee, and because of his disciplinary record, we've accepted him into our program. Should the board give him a favorable recommendation, we're going to provide him reentry services that include transitional housing, employment assistance, social norms, and consumer skills. He's going to be assigned to a reentry specialist that's also going to mentor him through his reentry process. So based upon his record and rehabilitation, we ask that you grant him a favorable recommendation today. Thank you for your time.
You. Okay. Now let's hear from Mr. Conrad PERRILLIOUX. Brother. You're on mute, sir. You're still on mute, sir.
Okay, I'm sorry.
That's okay. County Road. Okay, now we got you. Go ahead.
Okay, yes, a little bit nervous, but we'll
It's
get
okay.
through it,
Yes, sir.
it's unstable on the internet connection, it's saying. I think Charles has been a changed person since he went in there first since that time and all. I do think it was a crime of passion, jealousy, a lot of jealousy, maybe. Hopefully he's learned over the years to get over this and not be like that. No, I had to learn myself and all. Luckily, I've been married 45 years and with a good wife and was able to get through it. From what I see and what the family sees with Charles is that he is a changed person, and we never thought he'd be somebody that would do that, because he was somebody when he was out on the streets and all, he'd give you the shirt off his back. He was always the first one to help somebody or give them his last dollar if they needed something. We just never thought he'd do something like this and all. And he's admitted to doing it. He's never denied it. He's always lived, said that he's done it, and he is remorse and sorry for doing it. I know he went through a lot of stuff on himself, health-wise and all, with the guilt and everything. And I just hope y'all could see that, to maybe give him another chance while he's still at a good age, to maybe come out and do something. I can get him a job where I work. I work for Bollinger Shipyards, and I've been there 39 years. And I've talked to my supervisor about him already, and they agreed to take him and all, because he's got experience in carpentry and some experience with fitting in a little bit of welding and all. So we sure could use him at the shipyard. And everybody we meet at Angola and everywhere, they all talk about how good a worker he is and everything. And they all tell me that he's not a criminal. They say he's just a man that made a mistake. So, I just hope that maybe y'all can help him out for us and all. Give him a chance, give him another chance. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate you coming to talk today. Okay, let's hear from the victim's daughter, Miss Rachel Michelle Carter.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I'm having some issue where somebody else who's talking on the Zoom from I'm guessing another room, I can hear what they're talking about.
Okay.
It's coming over.
You still hear it right now? Yeah, I hear it.
Oh, wait, no.
Michelle Carter.
Hi. Now I can hear y'all fine.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, yes, ma'am. Go on and tell us what you want us to tell us about your mother.
I'm having some issue where somebody
Well,
else
who has YouTube on? We need to.
from I'm guessing another room. I can hear what they're talking about.
Can you turn off the YouTube?
It's coming over.
You still hear it
Hang on.
right now? Yeah, I hear it.
Oh, wait, no.
I heard it.
Did you find the YouTube to turn it off, ma'am? Okay, unmute yourself now. We ought to be good to go.
Can y'all hear me?
Yes, ma'am. We're ready to go.
I'm sorry. I am not technically inclined. So my name is Rochelle Michelle Carter. I am the only daughter or legal child of Redith Faye Bogus Wynn. However, I'd also like to mention that I do have a half sister that was given up for adoption. Her name is Jamie Lynn, who was given up at adoption by Redith 6 years, whenever I was 6 years old. And she never met her. She never got to know her or anything like that. Charles Perrillus took that opportunity away from my mother because my sister found me 5 years after what he did. And I thought I looked like my mama. She looks exactly like him. Her. That man ruined my family and my life. My life. My life. I have 2 children. 123, an older daughter that my mother never met. I have a 19-year-old son that my mother never got to meet, and they didn't get to know. And now I am expecting my first grandchild that my mother will not ever get to meet or see. I don't have a large family. I never came from a large family. I was raised as an only child. I was raised by my grandmother, who is now 91 years old. She is blind, she is wheelchair bound, and she is in a nursing home. But I take care of her because I'm all there is. And if I didn't do it, who would? Because my mother isn't here to see that. I'm here to speak for the few of us. I'm here to speak for me. That man didn't resist arrest. I was there. He didn't resist arrest. And whenever they asked him what he did, when they walked him, he didn't even, they just slid the cuffs. And whenever they put the handcuffs on him, he just laughed. He just laughed. My mother was struck.
Oh, she got on mute again.
Oh, you hit mute again. Okay, no, you're not. Okay. You can hear me? Okay.
We can't hear you.
We can't hear you. Let's work on it.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I'm very sorry.
Sorry. I'm sorry. I'm blind without my glasses, but I can't see. He shot 6 times. And thank God. I know, because I'm the only person in my family, and all my mother ever wanted me to do was go to college and make something and be better than those before me. I have 7 degrees. I'm 44 years old. I own a $1 million house. I drive a ride. I all did that all by myself. But he took away financial support. I had to join the military at 17 years old to be able to better myself, give myself an education. I had to do it all on my own because my grandmother was a teacher. She didn't have a salary. She even had to work summer school every time because she lost the child support that Rita's was paying to her to help raise me. We didn't have a luxury life. My mother made ends meet the best she could. That man took everything from me, all because he couldn't stay off of shit. He was a freaking boat captain. He would get paid $3,000 cash on a Monday when he got in for the week, and I guarantee you I've seen it. I was there. Within 3 days, $3,000 cash was gone because of drugs. He used my mother for a place to live. Talk about want to get married, I love you, and all that shit. The person who really set up that murder and that crime, I'm gonna tell you right now who it was. They gotten so he wouldn't leave her alone. She just wanted to get away from him. So she had me and my grandmother take her to New Orleans to drop her off. And that secretary at the station was not supposed to let anybody who even called wanting to know if she was there or not know whether she was there or not. That's how he found out. But oh, what? He thought he was cheating on her or something like that? He was always up her ass. How the hell was she cheating on him?
Ma'am, please watch your language,
I'm
please.
sorry.
It's offensive. I know you're emotional.
I'm going to tell you something. His name isn't Charles Perrous either. Back then, the only thing that he was ever called was Whitey. So I'll tell you, Whitey. I thought you should have fried. Whenever I was 16, I asked the judge in his chambers to kill you just like you did, and with no remorse. And you thought about that shit, and we both know you did whenever I was 16. My taxes, I pay a lot of taxes. And I will be happy to continue to pay your rent, your food, your electric bill, for you to sit there and rot for the rest of the natural life that God gives you. Because you took not just my life away, you took both of my children, you took my grandchild, you took my grandmother, you took Edie's sanity. And that man that you shot her in his house, he couldn't even stay there another night after that because he had lived in that house for almost 20 years.
Right.
He owned that house. And that man could not even go down the street past where he used to live. That man deserves to sit and rot exactly where he is. It hadn't even been 30 years. How could y'all even when I got the notice about this hearing, I couldn't believe it. I didn't think he got good enough because they said he didn't premeditate it, and we all knew he did. He had a twin brother that killed his daddy the same way. Do not let him out.
Okay.
Thank you,
Thank you,
ma'am.
ma'am, very much. Okay, all right, let's try to get back, Mr. PERRILLIOUX.
Yes, sir.
I could see that you did have a drinking problem because you had a few DWIs. Were you drunk and on drugs the day this occurred?
No, sir.
So you
I drank 3 beers that day.
Okay, you drank 3 beers. Okay, and then you went, but she wasn't there the first time, or you think she was hiding the first time because you left?
When I went there, the guy told me Rita and her sister had went to the store.
Okay.
That she had spent the night there. But at the time when I went the first time, he said they had went to the store and to get something to eat. So I told him to tell her to come home. Well, when she didn't come home, that's when I went back and I brought my gun because, like I say, he had a gun laying on the table. So I didn't know what was what.
Okay. And so what about your substance abuse? Are you going to AA, NAA meetings? I know you took a couple classes, but are you following up with it?
No, sir. I took the classes. I do
Right.
a lot of work. And I just really don't have time for it. Because I got 2 people in wheelchairs I help.
Okay, tell us about your community service. That was going to be one of my questions for me. Tell me what community service you've done at Angola.
Well, like I said, he got two guys in wheelchairs in my camp. And one arm, he's got one of his legs cut off, and he's like almost completely blind. So I usually bring him the pill call, and I usually draw his insulin for him. Make sure he sticks his finger for the blood, for the sugar level and all.
Okay.
And then the other guy, I help him out in the hobby shop. He's paralyzed on one side. Well, he does woodwork, but he's still able to wood burn real good and all. So I kind of prepare everything for him to be able to do his wood burning.
Okay.
And like I said, whatever's asked of me, I try to do.
Gotcha. Okay, and so you came back, okay. All right, I have questions. I've read everything. Anyway,
how long have you been incarcerated?
27 and a half.
What are your plans if released?
Well, like I said, my brother said he's gonna give me a job at Bollinger Shipyard, but I want to go through the parole project first and have them get me a job, because I've always was told that the worstest thing for a man coming out of penitentiary is to go back home where he's from, because you have a tendency to fall back into the same position you was when you left.
Thank you, sir. I have no more questions.
Mr. PERRILLIOUX, I know that you put in your own statement, and then I kind of see here in the police report that you felt like it was a crime of passion, which would be that you don't think that that was premeditated. But from what I read, you went there, she wasn't there. Her sister warned her, because you told sister, obviously, that you were going to kill her for sleeping with that man. And you went back and got a gun, and you went back again. So tell me how that was not premeditated.
Ma'am, it was not premeditated. I never talked to her sister. I went the second time to her house. I met her sister on the corner of the street. And when her sister saw me, her sister just sped off.
So okay, so you go back the second time. You go back with a gun, am I correct?
Yeah, yes, ma'am. I had the gun in my pocket because, like I said, by him having a gun out, I don't know what was what, in case we got in a fight or something. Well, we went to Oregon, all right? I wound up breaking a window at the office of the crab factory, because I wanted to call over there instead of going over there. Then I couldn't find the number. So when I went back over there, her sister called the guy's house and talked to her on the phone. Well, she was wanting to throw me in jail. So turn around, we was arguing and just, I lost it. I grabbed my gun and I shot her.
Three times.
3 times.
In the head.
In the head.
That's pretty good aim. Or just losing it, you know.
Well, ma'am, I've hunted all my life. I mean,
yeah.
I don't, you know, I know how to use a gun. I'm not going to deny I don't know how to use a gun.
I understand.
I've been, you know.
Well, I was just wondering, because I noticed that in your letter, you wrote that it was a crime of passion. It should have been manslaughter, different things like that. So I just was wondering how the occurrence happened. So you've answered my questions. Thank you very much.
All right. Oh, one thing I like to say too, you got me down as a veteran. I'm not a veteran. I help the vets organization here at Angola.
That's very good.
Mr. Prater, any questions? Okay, he has no questions.
No questions.
Thank you, sir. Well, I don't have any questions. I think the record speaks for itself. I want to commend you though, on the things Warden Embo said and clarified for us. And I think in all your, however many years, 26 years, no, only one write-up. And that's a long time ago. I don't know. I'm just really impressed by that. I just don't understand your statement that you don't believe the punishment met the crime, which to me means you're not really accepting the responsibility for what happened. I mean, lady lost her life. You went back with a gun in your pocket. I don't know what you meant to do. I don't see any other questions. I do believe we're prepared to vote. Mr. Freeman?
Okay, Mr. PERRILLIOUX, I want to restate what Ms. Renata did. You're doing everything over there you're supposed to do, plus more, helping out people. The thing is, even if it was manslaughter, you'd got 40 years and you hadn't done but 27. And so you wouldn't even be out if it was a manslaughter charge if they gave you the full 40. So I just think you need to do a little bit more time, but I think you're doing everything right. I just, I don't want to discourage you because I think that, if you keep doing what you're doing, the next time the outcome could probably be different. But my vote today, I'm going to have to deny lack of time served, victim opposition.
Mr. Prater?
Okay, I concur with everything Mr. Freeman said.
Mr. Tillis?
My vote is to grant to parole project, Louisiana Parole Project. Keep up the good service, sir.
So you ready to commute?
Pardon me?
You ready to commute the sentence? Mrs. Stapleton?
My vote is to deny, lack of time served, lack of remorse, lack of accountability. And on the other hand, you're doing everything right where you're at behind bars. So you're helping a lot of people and helping yourself, so you're on the right path there.
All right, Mr. PERRILLIOUX, you didn't get the vote you needed today. It required 4 favorable votes for your, as you know, for your application to be recommended to the governor. You didn't get that today. So today your application's been denied. I would like to note for you and for the staff there that even though you're busy, and I know your work is important, you have very limited programs. You have in the record a demonstrated anger management issue. I would highly recommend that you seek out anger management. Good luck to you, sir. morning.
Oh, it's okay. I admire you people for your job. I heard a lot of stories.
My switch with.
So, would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and your current mailing address.
Okay, my name is David BREAUX. I'm from Monroe, Louisiana. My address is 149 Willow D Street, Monroe, Louisiana, 70373.
Thank you, sir. And you are here today seeking a full pardon with restoration of your firearms, right?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
So you were sentenced in September of 1999 for possession of methamphetamine. You received a 1-year DOC sentence.
Yes.
That was suspended. You were placed on a year supervised probation, which you did. Your case this morning for
Good afternoon, good afternoon.
Hey, can you open the speaker louder? I can't hear.
Okay, tell me, is this good?
Yes, yeah,
Okay, all
perfect.
right,
Yeah.
good. All right, well, thank you for waiting. I know it's been a long morning. Listen, tell me what happened. They got you arrested that day.
Okay, I wasn't too young. I was stupid and foolish, and I shouldn't have been there. And a friend of mine wanted to go out, so we went out, and he wanted me to stay with him and his wife, which I didn't want to stay, but he kind of persuaded me to stay. And then we went home that night, and I had the crystal meth. It was mine. I can't say anything else. I'll tell you the truth. It was for me, and it was a small amount. And I was occasionally doing that sometimes on the weekends when I didn't have to. And I did it for a while, probably for about 6 months, I'd say. Then I got caught with it. And that was pretty much the end of my career with this. It disappointed my family. I lost my wife. And I lost 2 daughters in 14 months in the last 2 years with heroin.
Oh, no.
So 14 months apart. And so it's what it is with that drug life. Drug life, there's no coming back. It was like a monkey that climbed on their back that they never could shake off. I could shake it off. The little bit I did, I could shake it off. I quit smoking recently, about the last 6 months. And I'm kind of proud of that. And I have no desire. My wife smokes, she smokes, but I don't smoke. She can smoke around me, it doesn't bother me. But some people don't have the willpower, and they didn't have it.
Yeah.
And I lost.
Well, I'm sorry what you lost. And sadly, there's a lot of parents and family members that feel your pain too. That's a lot. So that is actually like a mistake.
Yeah.
My condolences. Okay. Well, I guess what we can do here is explain that. I'm gonna, if you don't mind, I'll go ahead and let Mr. Myers, the ADA, speak.
Good afternoon, Randall Myers, Assistant DA, Jefferson Parish. He completed his sentence in September of 2000 without incident, has been involved in nothing criminally since. Our office takes no position.
All right, thank you, Mr. Meyer. Okay, if the wife doesn't want to speak, my colleague, anybody have any questions? Okay, what do you want to say?
One more thing, I have a little boy that I adopted from BBC. We had him since he's 2 hours old. He's 16 years old. And I used to be an avid hunter when I was a child. I used to hunt rabbits a lot since I was growing up. And since I got into trouble, I can't have a firearm, but I would like to take him and show him how to properly use a firearm safely and bring him hunting, try to bring him the little bit time I have left to try to bring him hunting because I think he would really like it. So that's one of the reasons to, I'm about to retire at the end of the year. My life, as far as work, is just about finished. So I have no other reason to want to clean my record up other than wanting to bring him. And then also keep a firearm in my house in case anything would ever happen to someone would threaten my family, the life of my family, you know, to protect yourself. I was like, for both of those reasons, to be able to have another firearm.
Well, all good reasons. And, I'm ready to vote. Okay, so, my recommendation to the governor is to grant you a full pardon with restoration of firearms.
Thank you so much. I do appreciate it. My vote is the same.
Mr. Craig?
I appreciate.
I concur.
Jill?
You gotta shoot for roads.
I'm sorry. Pass to I, so it's unanimous vote, make that recommendation.
Thank you very much.
Come across good dog, let me know.
Oh, man.
All right, well, we should introduce yourself.
Thanks. TREY WAGUESPACK, 301 David Drive, Dakota County.
All right, so you're here today, Mr. Wagstaff, full pardon, restoration of firearms. You were, sentenced, your offense date was in 2012, first. You were placed on 18 months supervised probation. And over this year.
Yes, I was arrested on January of 2011.
Yeah. For that clarification. Your case has been assigned to Mr. Tillett.
Hey, Mr. Blake, how are you?
All right, yourself.
Good afternoon. Tell us, what happened.
Yeah, so in early January, me and my friend went to go out to a bar. We left that bar to go to another one, and on the way there, we were just talking. Somebody had brought up checking for online recording. One thing led to another. Two of my friends got into one, and as I walked past them, curiosity got messed up. I tried the door handle, it was unlocked. It was a beat car set up by Typical PD to combat the simple burglaries in the area. And I was originally charged with 2. I'm not sure. Can y'all clarify? It is 2 counts or 1 count? I've been told different things. Two, okay. So I did one and I walked past people who were doing the other one. I knew what was going on. I didn't stop it. I was part of it. I take full responsibility for my actions and my inactions that night. Work to get better.
Yeah, play a little football out there.
Yeah,
Yeah, I really.
One of the items.
Yeah. I have no more questions. Yeah. My vote is grant with firearms.
I concur, grant, with, restoration.
Grant with restoration.
Right. Mr. Prater?
I concur.
My vote also is to grant restoration. Firearms.
All right, so we are ready. Mr. Johnson, would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and current.
Was looking earlier. We on mute.
Mr. Johnson? I need, if you have YouTube running in the background, please turn it off. And Mr. Johnson, if you would unmute and introduce yourself, tell us your name and mailing address.
Having a little trouble hearing you. One moment.
Okay, can you speak again?
Would you introduce yourself, tell us your name and your current mailing address?
My name is Demetrius Johnson. She said what again?
Mailing address.
671. What is this? 671. You say mailing address, right?
Yes, sir.
671 Highway 845, Grayson, Louisiana 71435.
And you are currently at Caldwell Correctional Center?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, serving a 40-year sentence, 25 years for manslaughter plus 15 years for attempted manslaughter. Is that information correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Your case has been assigned to Mr. Prater. I'm going to turn it over to him.
Okay, Mr. Johnson, we'll get through this and be done with it. You were 16 years old when this occurred, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And from what I understand, when you ran over a couple of your cousins after a fight, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, I want to hear a little bit more about that and all in a few minutes, but I want to find out exactly what have you done since you've been in jail to make this right, to make yourself a better person, not to do something like this again ever. Tell me a little bit about yourself and what you've been doing while you've been in jail.
Okay, first and foremost, I've grown up and became a man of integrity, of values, a clear understanding of right and wrong. I'm a remorseful man. I've gotten my GED, a trade in horticulture. I've taken risk management phase 1 and 2. I've taken understanding and reducing anger feelings. I've taken cage of rage, spanking for a change, partners in parenting, money management. I've taken 100 hours of pre-release and victim accountability.
Okay. All right. Well, those are all good things. And we'll get into those in a little bit, maybe a little bit more, but what did you do to get yourself there?
I was involved in an altercation with my brother who's on Zoom with me. Where a fight broke out and we got into a fight and they left to go down the street to get my auntie. And in the process of that, I got in the car and I drove down the street. I lost control of the car and I struck the 2 individuals. I also narrowly missing my brother and my auntie.
Okay. Well, I want to talk to you about that because you say throughout your application this was an accident.
Yes, sir.
But you got into another fella's car. Wasn't
Yes,
even your car.
Yes,
and
sir.
it was one of the people that you run over. You got in his car.
Yes, sir.
And it seems kind of strange that, of course, it could have still been an accident, but you get in his car and then go run over him.
Yes,
It just seems odd. You understand why I'm having a problem with that?
Yeah, I can understand why you're having a problem with it, but that's what happened. I lost control of a car. I had no intent to cause any harm to anybody.
Where were you going?
I was going to where they was at. They was
To
down.
do what?
They was down the street from me. I got in the car to go where they was at.
Okay, we'll talk about that a little bit more. Let me hear from the warden what kind of fella you've been since they've known you. How long have you been at that facility?
I've been here 5 years.
Okay, is the warden in the room?
No, sir.
Is anybody in the room from the facility?
Yes,
Let me talk to them. Do you know anything about this fella?
A little, yes, sir. I've only been here a short while. I've had, great experiences with Mr. Johnson. He just completed a class, on money management. He's an exceptional student. I have researched all of his, activities while he's been incarcerated. Like he said, he's had his GED. He's gotten a trade through horticulture at another facility. He has taken every CTRP class that that we offer or that he has had the availability to take at any facility. We have had no disciplinary incidents. He's had no social issues in the dorm. I have Miss Debbie Weatherford here. She is my supervisor now. She was formerly in my position and had a lot of one-on-one interaction with Mr. Johnson. I feel like she would be much better to speak towards his character.
Yes, sir. I was over him, Demetrius, whenever he was at Wynn Correctional. I'm the DOC Central Region Program Consultant Supervisor. And I was the one that was instructing him when he was at Caldwell. I was formerly at Caldwell Correctional. And he was also my library clerk. He doesn't have any disciplinary problems. He has always gone above and beyond. And he has completed everything that has been expected of him prior to this hearing.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for that input. We appreciate that. And Mr. Johnson, we're going to go to some of the folks that are going to be speaking in support of you getting out. We're going to hear from them for just a couple of minutes each. Then we're going to go to a couple of people that are against you getting out. One is the mother of the victim, and the other is going to be Mr. Philip Terrell, who is the Rapid Parish DA. He's going to be speaking to us. So that'll be the way that we'll go. So let's hear from your weight training center, Gerard Morgan. Is Mr. Morgan on the Zoom with us? You're on mute, Mr. Morgan.
We go. Okay, yes, sir. I'm available.
Tell us what you know about him.
You know, I don't know Demetrius at all. I am a good friend with his cousin. I'm the director here at the Weight Training Center, and we're offering, a option for him once he gets paroled out to be able to acclimate and transition back into society. Whatever that would look like, however long that would be left up to you guys. But we wanted to offer the opportunity for him to be able to come to a 12-month residential program for men that struggle with life controlling problems. It could be a minimum of 12 months. It could be up to 2 years. What we do is we go through Christ-centered, biblically based curriculum. We do group studies, we do personal studies, we do character qualities, and we do work development skills. And then we're connected with SLTC, CLTC, which is the community colleges. If he decides he wants to get a trade, we will send him to get a trade. And then he would not graduate the program until he has a job secure and a house secure. And we also offer a reentry program, which would be once he gets his job, he can stay with us until he gets his own house secured. But that's what we have to offer to Demetrius and to you guys for an option if he would come up for parole.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. Appreciate what y'all do. Sound like a good program. Okay, let's go on to your brother, Jermaine Cody. Is Mr. Cody on with us?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Okay, tell us about your brother.
My name is Jermaine Cody. Well, I just want to tell y'all thank y'all for considering, for even letting him up for clemency. I have seen my brother grow since this incident, because like he says, he was a child. I have seen him grow over the years. I talk to him every day, and his mindset has changed. He is remorseful for the situation that took place. He does take full responsibility for the situation that took place, the situation that took place. And my heart goes out to the families of the victims as well. That was my family as well, and my heart still goes out to them. I just believe that he was a child and deserved a second chance in life. Now he's been gone 21 years, and I have seen his growth. I have seen him develop from the child mindset that he was in to the man that he has become today. And he has a great support system out here for him. He has, you know, I'm connected to the way as well, and there's a great program. They're very hands-on with their students, with the individuals that come there. He has a loving, supporting family, which everybody would like to see him having another chance. We're not taking nothing from the situation that happened. We're just believing that he deserves a second chance at life, even though someone doesn't get that second chance. I understand that, but we are here to just ask the courts and the board to at least see it in their heart to approve him, to give him a second chance to become the man that we know he can become to be. And the support system that he has, we and God by our side, we know that he can do better if he has a second chance at life.
Thank you, Mr. Cody. Appreciate that. All right, well, let's go to your mom now, Miss Vicki Bates. Miss Bates, would you tell us what's on your mind? Miss Bates, did I get that right?
Yes, she's here. She's in that room. Okay.
Oh, you're there at headquarters. Okay, I'm sorry.
Has been gone for 21 years, like my son said. I have seen his change in his growth to become a better person. My heart does go out to the family, deeply to the family of the victims. I don't know what he did, but you know, right, it happened. I just wish he would get parole.
Okay. Thank you for those words. We appreciate that very much. Okay, we'll move on now to two other folks that are on Zoom in opposition. One will be Vicki Jordan. Miss Jordan? I think you're on mute, Miss Jordan.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am. Now we can hear you.
Okay, good. Well, I'm like this. Everybody's saying that, you know, they don't understand. It was something that was taken away from me. Not just me, his family. He left here with 4 kids. Now he have 3 grandkids that they're not allowed to, that they'll never see him. And it still hurts me as of today.
Okay. All right. So you're not in favor of this
No,
request?
sir. No,
Okay.
sir.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for being on here and telling us what was on your mind. We appreciate that. Okay. Now we'll talk to Mr. Terrell. Mr. Terrell, would you tell us what you got to say?
Good afternoon, Sheriff Prater. Good afternoon, board members. It doesn't make sense to me that they had this wreck occurred after there was an altercation, allegedly, as the person seeking the pardon indicated that they had been playing basketball and he gotten a tooth knocked out by somebody. Doesn't make sense to me that he just had an accident. That's just the one point. So one could question whether or not he takes full responsibility for his actions. there's evidence in the file that I believe his mother had spoken with a police officer, and that at one point the police officer at the scene or at some during the investigation, the police officer told him told the mom that the police had a good bit of contact with him, that he had threatened his high school principal, and that his brother-in-law also indicated to the mom that at one point he had pulled a knife on him. But the most important thing is he was originally charged with second-degree murder and attempted second-degree murder, and he was given a plea deal in which he pled to 2 lesser offenses and got the equivalent of 40 years, 40 and 20 to run concurrent. I would submit that one life was lost because of his actions, and as his mom said, not only are his children without him, his grandchildren are too. And I understand that the other victim was injured grievously, had a bunch of serious medical expenses, had all manner of residual injuries from which he still suffers. I would just submit that because of the seriousness of this, and he got 40 years, and certainly he's not barred from it sometime in the future, coming back before this board. But I would submit that 20 years for these crimes is just not enough, and part of what we have to do as the criminal justice system, from the police perspective and the DA's perspective, is there's an element of protecting the public. We can't, he's still a relatively young man. Number two, he owes a debt to society and to these victims, and I would argue that this is just too early now. And thank y'all for your courtesy, and hope to see y'all again soon. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Terrell. We appreciate that.
Thank you, Sheriff.
Okay, Mr. Johnson, back to you.
Yes, sir.
Tell me how come you were, help me to understand how come you are in his car and you run over him and your other cousin that's walking with him, and you kill one and you knock the other one up into the yard, and he ends up, I think, getting his leg amputated or something, and broke his neck, something like that. Tell me about it.
Well, didn't nobody get amputated? There wasn't no broken necks. The person that died didn't have anything to do with anything. He was actually an innocent bystander. He didn't take part in the fight. He was actually a peacemaker throughout the whole situation, trying to bring calm to the situation. So I had no ill will towards him at all. That's why when I say it's an accident, I can honestly say that from my heart, because I had no ill will towards him. We never exchanged foul words with each other. Like I say, he was the peacemaker through the whole situation. As far as Wamo, the person I caught the attempted on, I lost control of the car and hit him. It wasn't something I tried to do. I lost control of a car. And I take full responsibility. That's why I took a plea deal. I knew what I had did. I knew I was the cause of it. If I wouldn't have never gotten in that car, we wouldn't be in this position we are today. So I accepted responsibility at the age of 16 and took a plea deal. But never in a million years would I thought I would have been in jail this long for something that I know in my heart was an accident. But like I said, if I wouldn't have gotten in that car, we wouldn't be here else. So ultimately, it's my fault, and I bear that responsibility. As far as Miss Vicky, I asked for your forgiveness. I've been asking for your forgiveness for years, but
talk to us now. Talk to the board, not to her.
Oh, okay, I apologize, but that's where I'm at.
Okay, well, tell me how you get in a fight with the fella?
Yes, sir.
And he knocks your tooth out, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you get in his car.
Yes, sir.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you get permission to drive his car?
No, sir.
The keys were just in it?
Yes, sir.
So you get in a car and you ended up running over him. Now I read in the report about the amputated leg and the broken neck. That wasn't something that I'm not saying they had that, but I'm just saying I didn't dream that up. It was written on something that I read. And so it may not have been that, but he had some pretty serious injuries. From what I understand, some life-threatening injuries.
Yes, sir.
So he was damaged. He was damaged in this. So
Yes, sir.
explain to me why you got in his car without his permission and then run over him. I gotta know this.
I got into the car to go down the street with him, the guy that passed, my brother, and my auntie was standing there down the street. I got in the car and drove down the street to them. Upon getting by them, I lost control of the car and I hit both of them. I didn't even know I hit them at the time, to be honest with you. Because after that, I went down the street, I jumped out the car, I ran around the corner, and I called my friend who was at the scene. And that's when I learned that I had struck both of them.
You couldn't have just walked down there with them or walked behind them or something? You had to get in his car?
I was 16 years old. Like, I wasn't thinking straight. Like, if I would have went through it now, it'd be a whole different situation. Like, I wasn't thinking straight. I was 16 years old.
Okay. Let me look at my notes and see here. How much time have you served since you were sentenced to
I've
40
been in
years?
jail 21 years and 3 months.
Okay. That was from the time of sentencing or the time you first went to jail?
I was from the time of incarceration, April 8th, 2005.
Okay. Did you get credit for time served?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you got 40 years, you served 21 of 40 so
Yes,
far.
sir.
Okay. And the 40 you got was on a plea bargain.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Madam Chairman, I don't have any other questions.
Mr. Johnson,
Yes, sir.
how are you doing?
I'm all right. How are you?
What was this, basketball game, family, friends in the area out playing basketball?
Yes, sir.
The person accidentally knocked your tooth out or he tried to knock your tooth out?
I was punched in the mouth. I can't say whether he tried to knock it out or not. I was struck in the mouth.
Why did he do that?
I was standing on side. Him and my brother was squared up to fight, and I was standing on side, and the first lick was thrown was in my mouth.
You're 16.
Yes, sir.
So, what happened is your brother and he went down the street to your aunt's house?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are you remorseful about this?
Yes, sir. I'm extremely remorseful.
So you were speeding when you went down there, when you got in the car and went down where they were and lost control of the car?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you've been doing a lot of good things since you've been incarcerated?
Yes, sir.
What are your plans if released?
I plan on going to do this year in this program and getting my trade. I want to get a CDL license. I want to drive trucks. And I plan on giving back to my community, you know, and helping at-risk youth.
Okay, are you planning to go back to live in the community that you came from?
No, sir. I'm living in a different neighborhood now.
Okay. I have no more questions.
Any other questions?
I just got one question for something that maybe y'all can clear up for me. I looked and looked, I can't find no disciplinary history, but I see that you lost 718 days of good time.
Yes, sir.
That early on when you
Yes,
first
sir.
got, okay.
That was in my early 20s.
Okay, okay, because I don't have it in here, so I can't, when's your last disciplinary report?
2016.
Okay, I couldn't find it, to clarify that, thank you.
All right, I don't see any other questions. I believe we're prepared to vote. Mr. Prater.
Okay, my vote is not to deny this. I think you're on the right track. I think you're doing good, but you've served barely half the time that you were sentenced to for something that I still don't buy. I still don't buy you're taking accountability. Even if you told me you got mad and run over him, that would be taking accountability for it. But to still say that you were just going down there to get where they were going, I don't buy that. So for that reason, I'm going to deny because of victim opposition, DA opposition, not enough time served, and a lack of accountability. That's my vote to recommend.
Mr. Tillis?
Vote is to grant to Wake Training Center.
So commute to what amount of years or just parole?
To time served.
Mrs. Stapleton?
My vote is that I concur with Mr. Frater.
Mr. Freeman?
16, 21 years. I concur, Mr. Prater.
All right, Mr. Johnson, you didn't get the vote you needed today. It needed 4 votes to grant your request, and you didn't get that. You got 3 to deny, 1 to grant. So today your application's been denied. I am impressed by your institutional accomplishments. Keep steady on that path. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, we are ready for our next case, and that is Mr. Lambert. Mr. Lambert. Let's see, we're trying to get Riverbend to turn the camera on.
I thought it was coming on.
No, you leave my stuff alone.
Is Riverbend on the Zoom? Can't see your camera.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, but I don't see, we can't see. There you go. Now we can. Oh, you turned it. There it is. Thank you so much. Mr. Lambert, is that you?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and DOC number.
I am Joseph Lamb, DOC number 538029.
Thank you, sir. And you are at the Riverbend Detention Center. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you're here today seeking a commutation of your sentence. You're classified as a second felony offender. You were sentenced in February 2020, 20 years for first-degree robbery, concurrent with 5 years for aggravated assault with a firearm and 2 years for criminally negligent discharge of a firearm. So it's a total of 20 years. And that occurred in Orleans Parish. Is that information correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Your case has been assigned to Mrs. Stapleton, seated to my left. I'm going to turn it over to her.
Okay, good afternoon, sir. I need you to tell me in your words what happened. Please.
For as I can remember, go all the way back. Go back. In my words, what happened was, in far as in the trial case, I'm gonna say, yes, ma'am.
Yeah, what happened?
In the trial case,
what happened to get you put in jail with those charges? What happened?
I ain't really had no support in my trial case, so I really went to trial by myself. I went to trial blindly. I ain't really know what was really going on. With the rest of the cases, I just really pleaded out to him. So
What are you accused of? Like, what are you accused?
Well, robbery, assault, and discharging of a weapon.
Correct. Okay. So how did that happen? Did you discharge the weapon? What was going on?
Yes, ma'am, I did discharge a weapon, ma'am.
Okay.
I was guilty of discharging the weapon. I pleaded guilty to discharging the weapon.
Okay.
I was walking down the street. I was walking in a car came real fast, flying. I was walking down the street. The car stopped. It like, Joseph, come to the car. I went to the car. I got in the car. We went around the corner. I got out the car. The same car came again and asked me for the same thing he asked me for last time. I told him it wasn't me.
Okay, what did he ask you for? You said you went and got in the car. Now, what did he ask you for?
He asked me for some money that I didn't have.
Okay.
I let him know it wasn't me that borrowed the money from him. It wasn't me that really owed him the money. So the person that did owe him the money, that was the person that what I was supposed to have done shot at. A discharge the weapon at, whatever you want to call it. But discharging the weapon for it at a person, that never happened. It was discharged. It was discharged for as I'm gonna say the reason why they ain't found no bullet shell because the weapon was like a blank gun. It wasn't a real weapon. So that's why they ain't find no bullet shell. The weapon that I discharged was far as a air gun.
An air gun?
Yes, ma'am. So the person who I ordered the money to, he let the other person know that I discharged the weapon at him. The other person was scared, so he called the police on me. Well, he let his girlfriend call the police on me and tell the police that I discharged the weapon at them. But that's really what happened.
Did they find the gun? Did you have to
No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
So are you saying that you're now doing time for aggravated assault with a firearm and that you didn't do anything? Is that what you're saying? And first degree robbery, it was appealed. There was an appellate decision on it that it upheld.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Let's talk to your brother. How about that? We go to talk to your brother for, he's here in support of you. Clayton Lambert. What would you like to say?
What I would like to say is I'm trying to, not too long ago we lost our mother and we was just trying to get the family back together before any of us start, getting old and passing away, and trying to get everybody in a healthy environment and situation and put things together. I wasn't present when whatever situation took place. I was at home working, raising my family. So my support is trying to get him back into society and get him equipped with a job in my area in Monroe, Louisiana. Come live with me and get him on the pad to where if he did do something, if he didn't do something, he would never have to worry about being in that area, in that Rama area again, because he'll be present in around me at my house with my family, being raised being going in the lane that we go in. Everybody in my household works. We come home, I work night shift. Everybody else work days and we be home at night. We don't do too much. I don't even go back and forth to New Orleans, where I'm from. I probably ain't been to New Orleans in about 3 years now. I just love going to work and coming home and spending whatever time with my family. And I'm trying to get all my sisters and brothers on that same page.
And well, was there some kind of dispute about staying at your mother's house, or him saying, was that how this began? Do you know anything about that?
Dispute by my mother's house?
Yeah.
Not that I know of.
There was a dispute.
No, my mother lived in Missouri.
Okay,
I
well,
never
this is,
I never went to Missouri. I visited out there one time. I didn't go to, so I don't know what took place out there. I live in Monroe, and I've been in Monroe since Hurricane Katrina all the way till now. And you know, I've been trying to get them to come out here my way because it's less where I live at in part of Monroe where I live at is we just live, you know, brought a house. Everything is just okay around here. I really love it around here.
okay. All right, well, thank you very much. So you're just saying that if you were to get out, that you're gonna be supportive of him. Is that what I understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right. Well, let's see, Mr. Edward McGowan from the ADA in New Orleans. What do you have to say, sir? Maybe you can help me make sense of this.
Thank you. And again, may it please the board, Edward McGowan on behalf of the Orleans Parish DA's office. We speak in opposition to this early release for a few reasons. Mr. Lambert still seems to be arguing the details of the crimes to which he has both pled guilty and found guilty of, which does not indicate any significant rehabilitation or acceptance of culpability. He has a history of other violent events and at least one prior violent conviction from 2008, I believe. He was released early from that sentence and paroled, and then shortly thereafter, within about 24 months or less, committed the series of crimes for which he's incarcerated today. So he's got a pretty robust history of violent crimes, a history of recidivism, and having had the opportunity to be released early in his prior conviction, shortly thereafter recidivized. While he's been incarcerated this time around, he still does not have his GED. He has taken no vocational training. He appears to have fairly high needs on some of the assessments, and he had some disciplinary record, although the most recent one was in 2022. He's taken very few steps to make himself a likely candidate to be more successful in society this time around. And nothing he said today, nor anything that I saw in his file indicates that the result of an early release today would be any different than it was back in 2012, which is to say, I think a very low likelihood of continued success. So with that being said, we ask that his application be declined.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, I wanted to ask you something. Tell me about your good time. Do you have any good time and different things like that? How's that working?
No, ma'am, I'm not allowed to earn no type of good time. I took a lot of good time classes. I took them. I got certificates for my good time classes, but
Okay.
I'm not allowed to earn no good time.
So tell me about the classes that you took. Which classes did you take and which one did you get the most out of?
I took living in balance. I took Cajun raised. I took staying home, going home, and I mean I took reentry classes. I took every anger management class. I took quite a big classes. I don't earn no type of good time.
Okay. Well, you have some opposition going on here. You're the chief of police, attorney general. We've just heard from the DA. You were charged with shooting 4 to 5 times. And that's how you got the attempted murder charge and different things like that. Anything about that? That you said you were carrying a gun because you feared for your life and you just had it with you?
No, ma'am.
Does anybody else have some questions?
Nope, I don't- Any questions? Questions, Mr. Tillings?
All right.
All right, ready to vote, Mrs. Stapleton?
Well, Mr. Lambert, at this time, I don't see where you show any accountability for the crime that was committed. There is law enforcement opposition, and so my vote today is going to be denied.
Mr. Freeman?
Mr. Lambert, my vote today is to grant, and with immediate parole eligibility.
Mr. Tillis?
I concur with Mr. Freeman.
Let's see, Mr. Lambert. My vote today would also be to grant the parole eligibility. However, you needed 4 of us to vote the same for you to get that favorable recommendation. So the outcome today is that your application has been denied, sir. Good luck to you.
Thank you, ma'am. All right.
All right, good afternoon. The pardon board is now at Elaine Hunt Correctional Center. It's 1:40 p.m. on July 6, 2026. Good morning, Warden. Would you and your staff introduce yourself for the record?
Ma'am, Warden Travis Day.
Ashley Fleming, MD, staff psychiatrist. Jackie Chris Interior Records. Kristen LeBlanc, classification.
Thank you. And we have before us Mr. McDaniel. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and your DOC number, please.
My name is Jesse James McDaniel Jr. My DOC number is 222048.
Yes, sir. That's what I have. So, Mr. McDaniel, you're asking for a commutation of your sentence.
Yes, ma'am.
You were sentenced in 2013 for 2 counts of sexual battery. You received 25 years on each count. Both of those are running together out of Rapides Parish. Is that information correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Let me acknowledge we have some folks that have joined us today for this proceeding. We have your sisters. We have Mary Clark and Miss Fanny McCarthy, and they both want to speak. We'll ask them in just a few minutes to do so. And we also have the district attorney who wants to have some input. But first, Mr. McDaniel.
Yes, ma'am.
Would you give us, why are you in jail right now? Tell us. I know what you were convicted of, but tell us a little bit about what happened, but not in great detail.
Well, what happened should not happen. What I supposed to have been done, it never did take place. It never happened. So I'm being accused of something that I never did do.
But you pled guilty in court to 2 counts of sexual battery.
Yes, ma'am.
And who was the victim in that case? What was your relationship rather to the victim? Did you know her?
No, ma'am.
Did not know her. Did you have a relationship with the victim's mother?
Yes, ma'am.
So before I get into any more questions, and I'm going to have some more questions for you, I heard we have Dr. Fleming who's joined us in the hearing. Dr. Fleming, is there any information you can give us about Mr. McDaniel?
Mr. McDaniel is currently in our medical housing unit, building 4, where he was sent from the previous facility. And he has had a stroke and is also treated for depression and intellectual disability.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Warden, is there anything you can tell us about Mr. McDaniel?
No, as Doc said, he's housed in building 4, which would be our assisted living dorm. He has those diagnoses, and he also is insulin-dependent diabetic, hypertension. When I make my rounds, always there, respectful, just simple, and what you see is what you get.
Well, thank you. So I noticed, and I don't know if somebody there can answer this. I noticed, and as I reviewed his record, he has very limited programs. Is that connected with his ability to complete programs?
That could be a possibility. I'm not sure as far as since he's been here. I don't know if it may have something to do with building 4. We can look into that, but I'm going to say that he said it was probably correct.
So, Mr. McDaniel, I do notice that you did Inside Out Dads in a program called Men's Work. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Which one of those did you like the best?
Well, I like the way they say that you have to talk to your kids, and the way that you have to treat your kids,
and had the teaching right or wrong.
That was the Inside Out Dads program.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, we're gonna hear from the folks, but I will tell you up front, I have some serious concerns because, Mr. McDaniel, in your record that I reviewed extensively, I see multiple sex offenses dating way back to 1976. 1976, 1977, 1980, 1990, and 1992. And then you went quite a while until 2012 is when this particular crime occurred. And for me, that is concerning. So before I get into any more questions, I'd like to hear from your family members who are here with us today. And we'd like to hear from Miss Mary Clark first. She's on Zoom. There you go. There you go.
Hey, Mary.
Hi, brother. How are you?
I'm doing okay, Mary.
That's good.
So, Miss Clark, tell us what you want us to know about your brother.
Well, from coming up, I noticed he's a very good, caring person. I've never known him to be that type of a person that he's labeled as now for as a sex offender, because he was always a person that wanted to show concern for others. He never acted out in that type of way. He been in and out of mental facilities from the time that I know that I was 12 years old. He was in and out of mental homes like Pineville or different places like that. But for the sex offending part, I can't believe that happened.
Well, we appreciate you taking the time to speak with us today. I
Yes,
think we have your another sister, Miss Fanny, and she's on the phone, I believe. Miss McCarthy, can you hear me?
Oh, yeah, I can't get my video so good.
That's okay. We can just talk to you on the phone. So what would you like us to know?
Oh, okay, I can get you there.
Go ahead. Tell us what you want us to know.
Well, not for my brother Jesse, and now his wife, his wife Bertha McDaniel. Now it was a thing that she had told me about what went on between Jesse and this woman. And what she told me, she said that the woman was some kin to her, and she was in the hospital. She went to go see the lady, and the woman is her cousin. And she said the woman asked her, did she have a cell phone with her? And she said she told her yes. And said she asked her why. And she said she wanted to use it to call the courthouse to talk to the DNA. And it's her attorney.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. And say she asked her what she want to talk to the district attorney about. And say she told her, I need to talk to him about Jesse because I lied on him, because I just wanted him to give me some money. And that's why I need to talk to them. And she said when she turned around to go to her purse to get the phone, and bring it back to her, she didn't pass. And that's why she didn't get a chance to talk to him, you know, to talk to the district attorney. Because when she went to get the phone, she had passed away.
Well, yes, ma'am. Well, thank you so much for sharing that information with us, Ms. McCarthy.
Yeah, so, you know, and I asked his wife first, and I said, well, why did she wants to do that? And she know it didn't happen like that. And if she wanted some money, all she had to do was ask him. I said, because he done gave it to her, you know, but you don't do nobody like that. That's wrong.
Well, yes, ma'am. Thank you so much for speaking with us this afternoon.
Yes, ma'am, you're welcome. Anytime.
Thank you. So, Mr. Terrell, would you tell us the DA's position, please?
Can y'all hear me now?
Yes, sir.
I apologize. I'm technologically very slow. An indication of my age. Good afternoon, everybody.
Hey.
Jessie McDaniels has been convicted of 4 sex offenses and offenses resulting from sexual behaviors. These crimes occurred over a span from 1976 to 2012. In June of 1976, he was arrested by Washita Parish Sheriff's Office for aggravated rape of a male child. He was convicted of aggravated crimes against nature, which was a result of that aggravated rape charge. He was sentenced to serve 5 years, which was suspended, and he's placed on probation for that 5 years. On June the 2nd of 1992, he was convicted of indecent behavior with a juvenile, sentenced to serve 1 year in prison. And then now we have the instant case in which he pled guilty to essentially a molestation charge of a 5-year-old child. And the police, I know that all of y'all have read your internal file and the comments from, I point you to the comments of Chief Darrell Bradley, the Alexandria Police Department. He went over extensively in his opposition the police report. I know y'all have read the police report, so I won't belabor any of that. I'd just like to point out very briefly just a few things. The allegation was that his wife Bertha and he were visiting in someone's home, and the mother of the 5-year-old child went to the restroom, and she observed the child standing before him with him seated in a chair, the 5-year-old child, with her pants unzipped and Mr. McDaniel's pants unzipped. She indicated to the police, the mama indicated to the police, that when she said, what are you doing? He said, nothing happened, or words to that effect. As y'all note, he pled guilty, so we're past the point of him being able to say, hey, look, I got framed. I didn't do this. That would at least be the state's argument. I certainly feel for Mr. McDaniel and his physical condition, and I also know that all of those things, when people are in that condition, it causes a burden on the state. But I would point out that the crime that he pled guilty to, he was almost 57 years old when that occurred. Right? You don't have to, you can be his age and still molest children. Whether or not you're capable of raping them, you can still molest them and damage them for life. So I would argue that he's clearly, even at his age, he is a risk to children because he has a history dating back to 1976 as being a sex offender, and he either pled or got convicted of every one of those charges to some particular sex offense. Also, I think that we'll all agree that he pled to a heinous crime, and he's got until 2038 before his time's up. And the state would argue that he should not at this point be granted any kind of relief. Thank you very much.
Sir, we appreciate hearing from you. Okay, Mr. McDaniel, I'm gonna ask my colleagues if they have any questions.
I have any questions.
I don't see any questions, and based on what we've heard today, I think we're prepared to vote. Mr. McDaniel, I'll be voting first. My vote today is to deny your application for clemency. And my vote is based on the opposition we've heard today, clarification of the record by the DA, and that you do have a history of sex offenses against children dating back to 1976. Mr. Tillis?
I concur with Ms. Renata.
Ms. Stapleton?
I concur, Ms. Renata.
And Mr. Freeman?
I also concur.
All right, Mr. McDaniel. Today, your application for clemency has been denied, sir. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
All right. Good afternoon, sir. Would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and your DOC number. Flex, you're on mute still. I'll have to unmute it for you so we can hear you.
All right, can you hear us?
Yes, now we can. So try it again.
All right, get up on QUINCY YOUNG, 455-607.
And you are at Hunt. You used to be at Natchitoches. When did you get moved there?
Last week. Yeah, yes, no.
Okay, because I have listed in Natchitoches. All right, so Mr. Young, you are here today. You submitted an application for commutation of your sentence. You currently serve a 35-year sentence for armed robbery. You got an additional penalty. And you were sentenced in Caddo Parish.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so let me see who we got here. We got in support. You can see your mother's Miss Diane Young is here, and your brother-in-law, Mr. Brown, and both of those folks want to speak on your behalf, and we're going to call on them in a few minutes to do so.
Yes, ma'am.
Your case this afternoon has been assigned to Mr. Tillis, so I'm going to turn it over to him.
Good afternoon, Mr. Young. How are you?
All right. Good morning.
I read through your file, but tell us why you're here and why you think we should vote in your favor today.
Well, 2013, when this crime was committed, first of all, I want to say, I'm sorry to the victim, because it was a victim, and even though nobody got hurt, Miss Skinner, I believe her name was, That morning, well, it was that afternoon, I left the casino under the influence. I went to the Days Inn. I went in there and demanded money and walked out of there like it was a pizza, holding it up, and walked to my car and got in the car. And definitely out of character, but that's like from that point to that, that's what happened. I went home, went to the casino. They came and went and picked my kids up from school. They came to the house and they arrested me, and I've been in jail ever since.
You had a BB gun with you, or
Sir,
what kind of gun did you have with you?
it was a BB gun.
Okay. Okay, we're gonna listen to your mother and your brother-in-law. Miss Diane Young, could you tell us what you'd like us to know?
Yes, I can. Good evening, everyone. I am the mother of Quincy Young, and I'm deeply aware of the pain and the distress that his action has caused. So I want to offer my sincere apologies for the emotional suffering he has inflicted on the victim, as well as everyone else that was involved. But today I want to speak on who I know him to be as a parent. Despite his flaws, Quincy, before and during his incarceration, he has demonstrated kindness and compassion. His teachers speak well of him. The office staff spoke well of him when he was in school. His friends speak well of him. And even the people in the facility, where he was incarcerated, they always speak well of him. They always tell him that he has the capacity to do good. So I know this does not excuse his behavior, but it shows the core of who he is. He's not a hardened criminal. Since his incarceration, Quincy has demonstrated genuine remorse and a strong desire to make amends. Usually when I speak to him on the phone, he always say, I wish I can apologize to that lady that was at the cash register. We pray together all the time on the phone. So he has taken significant steps to rehabilitate himself. He's earned his GED. He passed his ACT test. He don't even develop valuable skills for future employment. He has really taken advantage of the time that he's been incarcerated. He has earned the trust and respect of his superiors, which I believe speaks to his commitment to change. Yeah. Matter of fact, Quincy is on the other side of the law, rather than, because he usually, little things that he got into, but he definitely respects authority now. And I just want to ask y'all that, ask you all to have mercy on my son, to give him another opportunity to prove himself to society and to you all and to God that he can be a better person. He wasn't a bad person, but he's much better now. I understand the victim well-being must be most important. I also believe that true justice includes the possibility of redemption. Quincy, through his action, he has shown a commitment to change. So, like I said, I just humbly ask that, the board will consider granting him an early release. I believe he is now better equipped to contribute to society more than he was before he got incarcerated. And a little about his kids, he have 3 daughters. Before his incarceration, they was 4 and 5 when he got incarcerated. He was the primary caretaker of these 2 of his children. He took them to school, he picked them up, he fed them, he even taught himself to braid hair so that he can, take care of his children and have them to look the way, that they are being cared for and loved. So they have gone to their father, even when they was since he been incarcerated, he have kept the communication open between these two girls. They're sitting right here beside me. These are his daughters, two of his daughters. And so they have really, they was two, it's all right. So they have, thank you, Jesus, hallelujah. I mean, they have really done everything they need to do in order to make their father proud of them. So that's why they're not talking. They're feeling emotional. And, they graduated from school 2 years, a year early, each one of them. So they are good kids, and I contribute a part of that to Quincy being in their lives and giving them a foundation. So I just want to ask y'all to please give my son another opportunity to back to come back into society.
Thank you so much.
Responsibility and spend some of the last years with his children. But like I said, I am remorse. I'm not. It's not just all about Quincy. I also thank y'all that allow me this opportunity. You know, because nothing happened except God allowed to happen. But God know my heart. He know all our hearts, and He know Quincy's heart. He know when we don't change. So I just usually I give it to the Lord, and I just say, Lord, Your will be done. Because I know if God will be done, He is ready to be released. So I just thank y'all for this opportunity.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. We appreciate it.
All right, and for your children, for his children, we're all proud of you.
Yes. Could we hear from the brother-in-law now, Walter Earl Brown?
Yes. Good afternoon. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. First of all, as my mother-in-law said, thank y'all for granting this opportunity for Quincy. I've known Quincy for many years, and he has always struck me as a kind person, good-hearted, good-natured. When this happened, I was majorly shocked. It was so out of character for him. And I know he was dealing with some things and some mental instability through some things that he had done that he shouldn't have. And this is a major one. I think the fact that number one, he went in with a pellet gun, no, a BB gun. Number two, he clearly just walked in, no real forethought to this. But that's not even what I really want to talk about. What I really want to talk about is the person I've seen continue to develop. The whole purpose of jail and prison is supposed to be rehabilitation. It's not just to get them there and keep them there until they're too old to do anything with their lives, until the people who depend on them are too old to rely on them. His daughters have a great love for him. His children love him. His family loves him. And I think that this would be a great opportunity for Quincy. I think he's truly rehabilitated and really remorseful for that incident. And I don't think that one incident should define who he is for the rest of his life. As also I'm a former teacher. I knew him actually when he was in school, and I was in high school, and I know that from the conversations he and I've had before he went to jail and after, he seeks out he talks to me about his desires, what he wants to do, how he wants to contribute back to the community when he gets out. And I think that would be a much better use for him, is to be able to speak to young people, speak to the community, because he's been down the road that some of them unfortunately are heading down. And he can be somebody who can stand up and say, hey, this is not how you want to end up. You don't want to be away from your mother, away from your children, away from your family because of some stupid decision. I plead with you to please grant clemency in this case. I think justice will continue to be served. True rehabilitation will have taken place. And that's really all I have to say.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Yes.
Let's see, Mr. Young.
Yes, sir. Can I say one more thing?
No, listen.
There you
Yeah,
Okay.
she got
Yeah,
muted. Okay.
Quincy does have a support system. He have a strong support system. He have a church family that he can come to, and he has a business plan that we have already written out and sent it in to you all. And I'm definitely gonna be here to help him with that business plan that we have in motion financially and physically. Whatever he needs, I'm here for him. I have saved my money just so that he would have the support that he needs. You know, and my other kids be saying, well, he in it, but now this is for Quincy. I know he gonna need help, and I want to be able to help. And that's all I got to say. He
Thank
do
you.
have a support system.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Mr. Young, you ever been in trouble before this?
Yes, sir. DWIs. And I believe when I was a teenager, a simple burglary. But that started drinking and I went through AA and inpatient, outpatient, and I do believe in programs. And I actually love the outpatient because it did give me something to go and because it was like an afternoon and just being around people of caliber, you know, alcoholism and the DWIs mainly was happening late at night, leaving the club. But since I've been in jail, I have dug a little deeper with it, and I have looked into why I was really doing any of the things I was doing 10 years ago, maybe even 15 years past this, because it was shame. And that's a lot of things that I want to talk about as far as coming home, dealing with the youth, is talking about shame. Because shame will have you doing things that you don't really want to do it, but you're going to take a drink to take the edge off. You're going to smoke to take the edge off. You're going to club. Because of my education, I felt always shame behind that. Not poverty, you know, just anything that keep you down and just want you to lead into other things. And that's my biggest thing. So that's what I found that my biggest problem was shame.
Let me ask you this, and what would you do if you were released? I mean,
First off, it would be a foundation in the church on something I didn't do when I thought about it, a sponsor. I never did get a sponsor. In July of 2012, I mentioned to someone that I felt like I was starting to drink again. And you know, it was getting a little excessive and I was told it wasn't a problem. You ain't an alcoholic, you'll be all right. And you see, like that was like 6 months later, I caught this charge. But since I've been in jail, I actually thought about what was I missing. I told somebody, but that person wasn't aware on how AA should go, and they wasn't a sponsor. So they couldn't give me no better advice than what they gave me. And so that's something I have thought about, and I know that I need this time around. And mentorship.
Any other questions?
I do. Quincy,
Yes,
what
ma'am.
I know you just got there, but what programs have you been in? Are you involved with there, or have you asked to involve rather?
Well, the only thing I have asked about was the victim awareness, and she said she wanted to see how the hearing turned out, and I was gonna get with the presentation later, but all my other programs was through Winfield, and the main one through Winfield was making peace with your past. And none of the programs I took in Winfield was good times, so but making peace with your past, you know, just getting past my past history and stuff and experiencing God.
Those were the most impactful.
Yes, yes. Experiencing God, yeah, and making peace with my past.
Warren, I know he hadn't been there very long. Is there anything that's in his record that you might think might be helpful to us?
I'm just looking through it. Nothing that you don't already know. You know, he is an HRDC, so he's been unable to take any classes here But if, depending on how the board goes today, we'll make certain that they're available to him if he's still here.
Okay.
Yes, we're done.
Okay, I just got one question for you. Have you ever served time in DOC before this?
No, sir.
It's your first time in DOC. The
Yes,
real
sir.
deal with it.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Came from not one of the best in the world where you was before, so. Okay, I just wondered if you had served time before.
Okay. Okay, and I was looking up, we were talking about the DWIs, and I saw where you were arrested in 05, 07, 09, and then for intoxication in 2013, you got a 6-month sentence. So you had a history of that, a long history.
Yes.
That's, and as we know, whatever somebody get arrested for, that's not how many times it's happened. That's just when they get caught and stuff.
Oh, yes, ma'am. Yes,
But
ma'am.
you have history of that, and you spoke about your victim, and she did write a letter, and she said it was okay to share. But the only thing that I think you would, because I noticed you took a lot of the religious programs here lately. That's what I saw that you were taking, and you told her to close her eyes. He told me to close my eyes, and I did. When I opened my eyes, he was gone, and this is what she said. I could feel the hand of Jesus protecting me and keeping me safe. Because even though you knew it was a BB gun, she thought it was real and that her life might end at that moment. So, and I know the warden's right there. And so something that you might could do since you wanted to express your regrets for that is you could write an accountability letter, and they will get in touch with your victim and let her know that it's been written, because you can never get in touch with this victim. But this is a way that you can write your ask her to forgive you, and she'll be able to read it. And it seems like it would be something that would mean a lot to the lady.
Yes, ma'am. And they came in Winfield and offered the victim awareness through the DA office, and where we could write the victim, but Winfield shut down at the time they still ready to do it. And
Well, now you got another chance, okay?
thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I don't see any other questions. I think we're ready. Mr. Tillins?
I went through your case, Mr. Young, done some good things since you've been incarcerated. What you did wasn't very wise, and I'm gonna stick my neck out and vote for you. I think you got 2 good kids. And today my vote's gonna be to Grant.
Mr. Freeman?
Okay, like I stated that for a reason. I wanted to know if this was the first time you did DOC time, because it is different. And I think you're on the right track. I think you're doing great. My vote today is to be to Grant after serving 40% of your sentence. Okay, so that's what, 12 years, 13 years, somewhere like that, 14. But that'll make you eligible. But Grant and commute your sentence to 40%. Serve 40% of your time. Be parole eligible.
Ms. Stapleton?
I'm going to concur with Mr. Tillis, because I think he needs the opportunity to get these classes. I think he's in a good environment to get the type of classes that he needs to be successful when he gets out. And I think you're on the right path. So I'm going to concur with, I said Tillis, I meant Mr. Prater, yeah.
Mr. Freeman.
Freeman any day now. I'm sorry, it's a long day.
I think that's a good, fair decision, Mr. Young. I will agree to make the recommendation for a commutation. And the specific recommendation is that you be parole eligible after having served 40% of your sentence. Right now, you're not. So that gives you a little more time for the warden to get you enrolled in the programs that will be beneficial. And we'll make that recommendation on your behalf to the governor. Good luck to you.
Thank you, and I gotta get that letter down. Thank you. All right, so.
All right, we are now at Raymond Laborde Correctional Center. It's 2:26 on Monday, July 6, 2026. And Warden, would you introduce yourself for the record?
Deputy Warden Nikki Shinbear.
Raven Heath classification.
Joseph Bordon, records.
All right, thank you. And we have Mr. Jones before us. Mr. Jones, would you introduce yourself, sir? Tell us your name and your DOC number.
My name is Kenneth Jones. My DOC number is 582-560.
All right, thank you, sir. And you are here today seeking a commutation of your sentence. You were sentenced in April of 2011. You got a 25-year sentence for a conviction oral sexual battery, and you were sentenced in Caddo Parish. Is that information correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
And my record shows you have a good time release date in February 2035. Is that to your knowledge?
That's new to me, but that's like the full term date. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I guess that's just the same date all the way across. So your case today has been assigned to Mr. Freeman, seated to my right. I'm gonna turn it over to him.
Okay, good afternoon, Mr. Jones. Tell me a little bit about what got you put into prison. What did you do? And what have you done since you've been there that we can feel confident that you won't get in trouble when you get out?
Okay. Back in the last 6 months of 2009, I sought opportunities in my daily walk to be alone with my stepdaughter in order to engage in sexual activity with her. I molested her and I performed oral sex on her. I played on her desires to be an adult. She wanted to feel more grown up. I betrayed her trust in me that I would only have her best interest at heart, and I betrayed her trust in me that I would protect her. This happened some 6 to 10 times over the course of that last half of 2009. On January 25th of 2010, we made a trip to her grandparents, which was my in-laws at the time. And during the course of that trip, she told me that she wanted to reconnect with her biological father. I thought it was odd, and to be honest with you, it hurt my feelings. And I told her that she would have to ask her mother. During the course of that conversation with her mother, the truth about what I had done and what I had repeatedly done came out. I am so proud of her for telling. I'm thankful that she had the courage. Her mother confronted me. I was completely forthcoming. I moved out of the house that we were living in, and we sought counseling. We were, I guess you could say, naive. We were going to try to fix this ourselves. But there was no counselors out there that would touch our case, considering the nature of it. So on February 24th, we decided that it was best if I turned myself in to the Shreveport police, and that's what I did. We went down to the police station. I turned myself in. I was arrested that afternoon, and I've been incarcerated ever since. I have never made light of what I've done. You know, this is incredibly hard for me to sit here and talk about because it is heinous and it is deplorable.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay, what is you've been very forthcoming. So what have you done since you've been in prison that you feel you won't have these urges, you won't do something like this again?
Well, to be honest with you, sir, I believe that the fact that I have been clean for the last 16 years is one of the biggest factors. I do not lay blame on that. Please do not misunderstand me. I take full responsibility for the deterioration of my well-being, if you will, that led me to do what I did. But having a clear mind and the programs that I've taken, especially Celebrate Recovery, the pairing up of the 12 steps with a Bible-based background, that was exactly what I needed. I've grown up my whole life in church, and you know, most people will say that they strayed, and what I did was far beyond straying. But I believe that God has given this opportunity to me to get back where I need to be. And he has used that, especially with the Celebrate Recovery. The Bible that I received when I took that course is my prized possession. It is a constant reminder of the vigilance that I have to have. There was several other Bible-based courses that I took that weren't necessarily any kind of a good time class, but they were so informative. The Kairos that we've had, the cleansing streams, the prison fellowships, there was countless of those classes. I took horticulture while I was here. That is something that I could reach off into, but I have, to be honest with you, I have other plans. But it's nice to know that I have that type of information that I could fall back on. And I spent the last 11 to 12 years in the garment factory, Prison Enterprises Garment Factory. I am what you call a warehouse clerk. It's more like a foreman position. The knowledge that I've gained from helping my supervisors run this plant is that is very big too. That is something that I can take out there with me, along with the fact that I have a forklift certification, been driving a forklift for the last 10 years of those 11, 12 years. So that is something that I believe is, I have residents already lined out. I have a job already waiting on me if y'all should choose to grant me today. That job, while it's going to be income coming in, which I will need right off the get-go, it's just a holding place for me to chase what I really would like to chase, and that is I would like to be a writer. As I said, when my mind was cleared from all the substances that I had put in my mind, I found that I had a creativity that I didn't realize I had. So for the last 12 years of my sentence, I've been writing. I have 6 complete novels. I have 3 that are partials, and I have ideas for at least 6 more. Just notes that are jotting down. And that is, despite having the job that I would have when I go back out there, I want to chase this dream of being a writer. And I believe that could help put me back into a place where I could give back. I spent 2 years tutoring in Winfield Correctional Center, adult education. I feel a draw to that. I believe that there's a need out there for adults to, get their GEDs, to help them move forward. And God has given me a pretty good knack for math. So I would like to volunteer, find a way to volunteer my time to help other adults out in society get their GEDs so they can move forward with whatever their dream might be.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Warden, do you have anything you would like us to know?
He's pretty much said everything that I was gonna say. He has a lot of programming in his record. He's taken a lot of self-help programs, a lot of educational programs. He has a couple of trades under his belt. As he said, he worked in the garment factory for 12 years, and he's kind of like the manager there for him. And he hasn't had a disciplinary write-up since he's been incarcerated.
Thank you very much. Okay, we're gonna go on to the people that are here in support. Angie Kinder, your sister, what do you want to tell us about your brother?
So yes, I'm Ken's sister, known him all my life, 54 years. Know him inside and out. Can see how he has changed and how he has taken responsibility for his actions. I've seen his faith change over the last several years. Prior to and even during his incarceration, he has always been a hard worker. He has always strived to do the best job that he can do with whatever he is given. And I think he has proved that within all of his years at the garment factory and his tutoring other inmates to help get their GED. He is by no means unintelligent. He is a highly intelligent individual. In communication with him via email or in visits or on the phone. He's just looking forward to getting an opportunity to take care of his family the way that he wants to and be a productive and positive member of society. Okay. And I thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak on his behalf today.
Appreciate you speaking on that. Okay, Miss Ray Jones, your mother, you with Angie. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Okay, going to tell us what you want us to know about your son.
At Raymond Board, I have noticed how focused and how changed he is from the beginning for what he's done. And he does ever for him to be the better person that I know he can be. He's always been a very hard worker. He has set some goals in his life. And as his family, we are going to be beside him and help him in any way that we can. He's always done good. He's was always a good hard worker and helped people out. Believing with your heart. And I truly believe in my heart that he has changed. And he has asked us to forgive him, and his family has forgiven him. And he has asked God to forgive him. So I know that his heart and his mind now is in the right place. Thank you.
Okay. All right, let's now hear from Chris Jones, his son.
Hey, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Well, it's difficult to top what my grandmother and my aunt have just said, but I'll echo what they said. As a son, I've watched my dad my whole life. I've always looked up to my dad my whole life. He is very intelligent, and he's always been a person of do the right thing, and I know he has a good heart. I'll never fully understand why the things that transpired. But again, like my aunt and my grandmother have said, I've watched a noticeable change in the good person he was before he was incarcerated to the even better person he has become now. And as my dad said, just the renewed focus and fire and passion of faith, I believe that has completely changed him, and it's also been witnessed to the rest of his whole family. you know, given the opportunity of clemency, I feel like he will not take that for granted, and that he will only use this to outline the dreams and aspirations that he has mentioned earlier. There's no doubt in my mind on that. But to sum it up, I mean, he is a completely different person than what he was before he was incarcerated. So thank you all for your time.
Speaking of that. All right, Mr. Jones. What did you learn from your sex offender treatment? What are your triggers, or what do you need to stay away from?
The substance abuse aspect of it, I need to stay away from any kind of mind-altering substances.
How do you plan to do that?
Well, to be honest with you, the clarity that I have in my mind right now is such a draw for the goals that I have, that I know that if I go back to any kind of drinking or substance abuse, that it will cloud that and it will hinder me from, because my goals are not just for me. My goals are to share. Let me make that clear. I'm not one of these, I don't like leaving stuff for my family after I'm dead. I want to see them use it while I'm alive.
Got you.
I'd like to be in a position to just be able to spontaneously help people out, to be honest with you. And I know if I get back on any kind of, especially alcohol, because that was my, it will cloud me and it will deter me. And quite honestly, it will be my destruction. A continuing of going through the 12 steps as outlined in my Celebrate Recovery Bible. There's daily devotionals geared towards each step. Just the fact that my God could restore me to sanity is huge. I am looking forward to paying back, making amends to the folks that I've hurt. I know some of them aren't going to let me, and I understand that, but I've hurt a lot of people. And I'm so ready to give back. Y'all words cannot express how sorry I am for what has happened. I look back and it's like I'm looking at a different person. I'm so disgusted with what I did. And I know I hurt my victim and her family. And I know it all too well because they were my family. I can't fix it, but I can ask for forgiveness, and I can hope for one day to be able to give some sort of.
Okay. I see you have what, 3 children?
Yes, sir. They're all adults now.
Okay. Do you have contact with the other 2? We heard from your son.
Yes, sir. And as you heard from, that's my oldest son. I have contact with my oldest daughter. She's 35 now. My youngest son, Paul, I haven't seen him since I've been incarcerated. He's 23.
Okay. And I've seen you've done, I'm not gonna ask about it. I just want to note that for the record that you've done a lot of community service at the prison. You do tutoring and several things around to help others out. Another thing I do want to state, when I was reading in this investigation, it was a little alarming that someone in your family tried to contact the victim by Facebook to write a statement. Y'all are not to contact the victims at all. Okay. And I know it wasn't you, and I'm not saying insinuating, I'm just saying in the future, do not contact no victim.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And let's see what else I had. I think that's about it.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Mr. Jones, are you and your wife still together?
No, sir. No, sir. If I'm not mistaken, the divorce was final back in 2012. I'm unsure of the month.
Okay. I will say this, you're a big man. A lot of guys won't admit to what they've done wrong. And I admire you for turning yourself in when somebody sees they've done something wrong. Keep up the good work.
Thank you, sir.
How long you been in jail?
16 years and 4 months.
Any other questions? Ready to vote?
Yes. All right, Mr. Jones, this is a real tough one. The victim was between 9 and 11 when this happened. You served 16 years of a 25-year sentence. It was a result of a plea bargain. So my vote today is going to be to deny due to law enforcement and victim opposition.
Mr. Tillis?
My vote's going to be to grant. I believe that you probably will do the right thing whenever you're released, and I hope you continue the good work.
Thank you, sir.
Ms. Stapleton?
I know that you're attending classes and victim awareness. Have you been able to attend the sex offender class? Okay, so they've gone over with you the future changes that happens to a child when this has happened in their life, how they view sex and intimacy and closeness. So that continues on in their life because we've had some that's been able to give their testimony here, you know, when they are in opposition. And most of the time it's through tears, and it might be 15 years later. So I'm sure you're thinking about that. And I do agree with what Mr. Tillis just said. And it is a very hard thing to admit to. And that's really why it stays hidden so often. So I do commend you for that. But today, you know, my vote is going to be to deny and law enforcement and victim opposition.
All right, Mr. Jones, I want to thank you for being so honest with us today. That's something that's rare, really. I mean, you didn't cover any of it up. I appreciate the work that you've done there with Prison Enterprises and the institution and helping others. You know, as was stated, the opposition is unanimous by those that we asked. It was a negotiated plea. So my vote today also is based on that, is going to be to deny your application today. But I want to encourage you, you know, stay the course. You're doing really good work, and you're going to have an opportunity. Good luck.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, we have before us now Mr. Martin. Good afternoon. Y'all are still on mute.
Okay, sure.
Mr. Martin, tell us your name and DOC number.
Woodrow Martin, 630-285.
Thank you, sir. You're here today seeking a commutation of your sentence. You were convicted in Jefferson Parish for 8 counts of armed robbery, and you were sentenced in October 2014 to a 20-year sentence. Is that information correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Your case has been assigned to Mrs. Stapleton. I'm going to turn it over to her.
Hey, good afternoon. Would you like to, in your words, tell us what happened? What caused you to get here today?
Caused me to get here today. I committed armed robbery. I chose to put the lives and safety of victims at risk. I made the worst decision of my life to commit armed robbery. I have great remorse for my actions. Heart go out to the victims. It's just excuse me.
Okay. Okay. Well, I tell you what, I'll ask you some questions, and then as you collect yourself, you can expand. So I know that it happened in Louisiana, but it looks like there was a situation, there was some in Florida and Alabama. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
That's 3. So it was a crime spree, no doubt about that.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so and you talked about putting people's lives at risk and stuff. And I know that in most of the stores, it had 2 people working there per store. So how many victims you think you had?
8.
Yeah. That's what I count. And then if we go into the other state, I counted another one that makes it 9. They all thought their life was flashing in front of them. You know that, right? I mean, with the gun and then, you know, zip ties and being told to lay on the floor, they didn't know if they were going to live. Can they hear me? What do you think about that? Well, how do you think that made them feel?
Probably the worst day of their lives. I know that's how I would have felt. It just.
The randomness of it. Do you think they get over it real quick, or you think it's something that lasts a long time?
Emotional and psychological pain can sometimes be deeper than physical scars itself. Sometimes they never go away. I wouldn't want to be in that position, and I hate I put them in that position. Sometimes you never go away.
So do you want to expand a little bit more about what happened that brought you here? You able to talk now?
Yes, ma'am. Like I said earlier, I committed armed robbery. Made poor decisions at that time. I didn't grow up like that. Every day I challenged myself to be better than what I was then. That wasn't me. I was flawed at that time, but I've taken the steps, the necessary action to rehabilitate myself, put myself in the best position to, you know, attempt at a second chance. That's basically it on that one.
Okay. All right. Well, Warden, do you have anything you'd like to say?
Yes, ma'am. He's completed several NCCER certifications while he's been here, as well as some rehabilitative programs. He's taken Living in Balance Phase 1 and 2, Engage Your Age. We're gonna put him on the backlog to take Boys to Men. That's something that he hasn't taken yet, and we feel like that'll do him some good too. He doesn't have a bad conduct history. He's only had 3 write-ups in the time that he's been here. His last one was in 2021.
Okay, all right. All right, that sounds good. Okay, so we have today in support of you, I'm sure they're sitting next to you, Miss Vanessa Branch, Samuel Wilkerson, Angela Carter, and Joseph Martin. So of those 3, Miss Branch, would you like to speak, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
She can hear you if you speak.
Okay. Good afternoon. I am Vanessa Branch, and I am here to speak on behalf of Woodrow. I had the privilege of being his teacher at Block High School for 4 years. And I have known his family over the years. I went to school, Southern University, with his dad. So you can see that I have been in and out of his life most of my adult life. As his teacher, I knew Woodrow to be a bright and respectful and motivated young man. He always did well in school. He did his work. He helped others in the classroom. He was a straight A student in my class. There was nothing that he couldn't do. If I challenged him, he would do it, and he would also help the other student. He was one of my helpers that I could depend on him as a student to be my student helper. I want the board to know, I fully recognize the seriousness of his crime. And I don't want to take light of it. I don't seek to minimize the harm that he caused. However, I do believe in people having a second chance. The last time that I spoke with Woodrow was at his mother's funeral, and I saw a changed young man that was remorseful for his actions. He told me he was very sorry for what he did, what he put others through, not only the victim, but his family as well. Although both his parents are deceased, I know that if Woodrow is given a second chance, he will have a strong, supportive background, his aunts, uncles, cousins, family, and friends to help him to reintegrate into society. And I know, again, as his teacher, that wasn't him. And I'm asking the board, as an educator, I have always believed in accountability, growth, and second chances for individuals. Based on what I know about Woodrow, I believe that he can come out and be a very productive citizen and be a law-abiding citizen. And I thank the board for allowing me to speak today and to consider him up for parole.
Thank you, Ms. Branch. Okay, what about Samuel Wilkerson?
Yes, Chairperson, member board, thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Samuel Wilkerson, and I may get a little emotional because I'm a longtime friend of the Martin family, a very prominent family in the community. Woodrow's father was my best friend. We was roommates through high school, in high school, best of friends, and roommates throughout colleges. I have known Trey since birth. His desire was for his dad was always to have a son. He said to be a tractor driver. I always desire was to have a daughter, and we both was blessed with each. And so for that, I'm grateful. But I'm here to share the opportunity of my perspective. I stand before you and I understand the seriousness of the decisions that brought him into this system. And I do not speak to excuse those actions. I speak today because I believe people are capable of growth and chances. Trey is now 37 years old, and he has spent approximately 10 to 12 years incarcerated. And during that time, he has experienced loss of both his parents, something that has deeply affected him. From what I have observed, those losses have brought humility, reflections, and a greater appreciation of life, family, and responsibility. I've seen a man who appeared more mature, more thoughtful, and more aware of the impact his choices have on others. I believe he understands that if given this opportunity, it carries a responsibility as well as freedom. He is not returning to a community alone. There are people who care for him, who are prepared to encourage him accountability, stability, and a positive path forward. I respectfully ask this board to consider the years he has served, the growth he has demonstrated, the opportunity for redemption through clemency and early release. Thank you for your consideration and for the work you do.
Thank you, Mr. Wilkerson. Okay, Angela Carter.
Yes, I'm Angela Carter, Woodrow's first cousin. I've been visiting him ever since his mom started asking me to come visit. Now it's because both parents are deceased. I'm over everything, like his power of attorney, whatever. But I have noticed the growth in him. I come every other month here and I visit with him. We talk. I knew him when he was in his mama's stomach. He and my son just a year apart. I mean, this young man had great parents, great grandparents. He has great family support. He did wrong. There's no doubt about that. But I do know that he is very remorseful for that. He has told me himself on my visits here. I just told him to be truthful to me. He said he's sorry for what he did. Sometimes you can get talked into things, and when you don't realize the severity of it. He know he done wrong. He's told me, he said he's glad no one got hurt. He realized the position that he put the other people in. He's well loved by everybody in the community. Everybody. He loves the elderly. He's very helpful. He loves to work. I mean, he has a home. He has a vehicle. He has money that his mom left for him to help him get started. I'm just asking that you all would take into consideration his release. I really believe he's ready to be returned back to society. We're here for him. Been here for him all along. And I just thank you all for giving me a chance to speak on his behalf.
Thank you very much for coming. Oh, go ahead and say something, Trey.
Yeah, Mr. Stapleton, I'm sorry for not being able to hold my composure.
That's okay.
While I've been incarcerated, I have taken numerous courses outside of cage raising, living in balance. I've taken nurturing parenting, men's work, free release, victim impact, moral compass, thinking for a change. And I have taken some construction courses. Moral compass allowed me to open up and speak about things that I had locked away, that I wasn't comfortable talking about. It's a mentor program, but it allowed me to, the best way to help another person is you have to help yourself first. You have to figure out your own problems first. And that's what Moral Compass did for me. Victim impact, that's a class that was very rough on me. That's not diminishing what I did to the victims, but I had to change the roles and put myself in their shoes and feel the pain that they felt. And I hate that I did what I did in that time. Like they said earlier, I do have a lot of support. I have the support of Senator Mr. Womack. He's offered me a job with his construction company. The sheriff of Cullowhee Parish, he also supports me, and he will support me if I get a chance. The mayor of town, Jonesville, she supports me. So I do have a large support system. My family, they both, my mom and dad, they both are deceased, but they did leave me financial stability, a vehicle, a home. They set me up where I wouldn't fail at all. That's basically a mistake.
Thank you. I'm glad you were able to tell us that. And while I have this opportunity, you know, my condolences for losing both of your parents. I know that's a heartbreaking experience. You weren't able to be with them. So at this point, we'll go to Mr. Myers, the ADA in Jefferson.
Good afternoon, Randall Meyer, Assistant DA Jefferson Parish. We're opposed at this time to his request for accommodation. There's obviously strong victim opposition. You know, one victim that I spoke with said he couldn't appear today because it just brings back too many difficult emotions, and he felt it was better on him not to appear today. You know, this is a crime spree that went over a number of states. As Ms. Stapleton said, you know, Florida, Alabama, also Lafayette. I believe he's got detainers out in Lafayette as well as Florida. Looking at his DOC record, you know, I found he's medium custody, which concerns me a little bit. His programming since 2020, he's only completed the pre-release Thinking for a Change, Nurturing Parent, and Victim Impact training. Seems like he did some programming earlier on and then took a break. And then we got a couple of more programs there, you know, in recent times in the last 6 years. But you know, I think more programming would be beneficial to him. He was subject to having a 99-year sentence, but pled guilty to the, I believe, 8 counts of armed robbery, and had agreed to a sentence between 20 and 25 years, and the judge gave him the lower of that amount, a 20-year sentence. So for those reasons, we're opposed to his request for accommodation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Smith. Okay, so you heard him talk about the victim that couldn't come today because to open up these wounds is so painful for him. And I know you went to the victim impact class and you said that was really hard on you. And so that was the right thing to say. I've heard people today talk about victim impact and they never said the words that really what it's about is you're supposed to trade places. How would you feel if it were you? And I had a grown man one time, he was your size in my office, that somebody was just shooting in the street. And he prior military and everything. And this guy just, I don't know, I went crazy. And the guy had to hide up under a truck and everything. Well, after that happened though, he never could be out in public again. He lost everything. He had to move in with his mother because he was so fearful of the randomness, which is what your crime spree here was. It was random to these people. They didn't walk into a dangerous situation with their guard up. They were just going about normal life. So the randomness of crime a lot of times is so much worse than if you go in as an emotionally prepared person. I need to be careful. I'm in a dangerous situation. It affects people far worse and much longer. So does any of my board members have anything they'd like to say?
Yes. Mr. Martin, have you just, as the district attorney mentioned, our record shows that there's still outstanding matters in Okaloosa County, Escambia County, Lafayette. Do you know if those matters have been taken care of?
Only matters I know of is in Florida, but the last time I checked with counsel, I was told that it wasn't gonna be any cases on that, but they wouldn't remove the detainers for some odd reason.
Okay. Well, yeah, because that's what it's showing. It shows detainers have been placed in all of those jurisdictions, and which is a problem for today's proceeding. You know, as long as that's out there pending, the law prohibits us from granting you relief. Were you aware of that?
I was aware of the Florida ones, but like the counsel told me that for some reason they just wouldn't remove them. I don't know. I don't really know the reason why.
It's something maybe you should get them to check on again. That's the only comment I had. I think we are prepared to vote. Mrs. Stapleton?
Okay, well, today, based upon certainly victim opposition and then the law enforcement opposition, and you did take a plea bargain that it was 20 years versus the possibility of 99 years. And the damage emotionally you've done to so many of your victims, my vote today is going to be to deny.
Mr. Freeman?
I concur.
Mr. Tillis?
I concur also.
My vote today is to deny based on the outstanding matters in other states that need to be resolved. So today, your application, Mr. Martin, has been denied. Good luck to you. Wish you well.
Yeah.
And that concludes our business for the day. We're going to sign off. It's 3:11.